Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. Good morning. How are you? Hey, SD. Hey, Lynn. Good morning, Macra. Yeah, the Macro. Look, Macra. Look, I'm calling you like I'm calling some dang on fish. Oh, Lord. Yeah, I probably didn't have too much coffee. Yeah, Sister Wise round two. Yes, 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 yes. That's exactly what we got. Hey, Fowler. Hey, Drunky. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. To all the early timers, I sure appreciate you. SD was in here, Pastor RP, but probably not up above. Wow. Not from getting a little something on the side. He done did a whole bunch of good work. You got SD getting her membership. Thank you, SD. You know, I truly appreciate it. You know, therapist been working on our new emoji, so I'm sure y'all see them out there. Our new emojis that really pop against the background, which is all good for us, right? Shout out to the therapists that you know, that I know, that we all know, getting us all the way together. Let me see here. So we definitely starting this one basically on time. So just so y'all know, we don't have any TiVo time. So before anybody be asking me to zoom or speed through some stuff, we don't have no TiVo time. We just in here. Hey, good morning, Baka. Okay, let me see here. Let me get the bingo cards just in case y'all don't have the link. I want to make sure that everybody has the bingo cards. Bingo cards. Okay. So I'm gonna get that pinned up here for us. I don't think we had any bingos yesterday. I don't think. Hey, Merelda. I don't think we had any bingos yesterday. No, I don't think I did any bingos yesterday. Everybody was probably so engulfed with the testimony, they didn't pay no attention. Okay, so I'm gonna get the bingo set up for us. Pinned. Okay, so good. We got our bingo. So y'all make sure y'all. Let me put this on silent. Lynn, I figured out. I turned when I did that turn when I told Alexa to turn down the volume yesterday. She listened, and she turned down the volume. So we might be good, and y'all may not have to hear every time somebody walking past, or a dog bark, or somebody look in the camera, talk at me. Right? Hey, Cynthia, good morning. I'm so glad that you did, Marilda. I didn't air too because, believe it or not, I didn't want to get too far ahead without you. So we'll do two after we get off, because I haven't, after we get finished with today's trial, because I haven't looked at it. And if you want, and maybe we can just air day 3 as a premiere early in the morning for you to for tomorrow before we go into this case. But we'll talk about it. Yeah. I didn't want you to get too far behind since we decided to do it yesterday. But I think day 2, at least from what I'm looking at, it looks like it's maybe about 3.5 hours long after all the breaks and stuff. So good. I'm glad that you were able to look at it. Yeah, it's very, very interesting. Yeah, I was gonna message you this morning and tell you about it. And then when I thought about it, I was like, well, she ain't gonna be able to get through it before we start trial today. And I was like, okay, that's why I didn't hear day 2. Oh, I be thinking about y'all even when y'all think I'm not thinking about y'all. I'm always thinking about y'all. Trying to figure out ways that we could all be together all the time. Shoot. Right? All the time. That's what I be trying to do. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. All the time. That's what I be wanting to do. Yeah. Yeah, Merelda. Yeah. And see, that's my problem with that case. Good morning, King Chris. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So glad you came back to hang with us for our side chick day 2. You know, that's my problem. Not, and I can see why. You said you had your headset on. That's my biggest thing with that case. As we're listening to it, now I do understand that Dr. Parker, they want to act like, the buck stop, everything stop, drop, shut it down with her. But, and I know don't nobody want to get in trouble, but it was just way too many people that so far that's been testified on day 1 that knew about this or a possibility. And it just seemed like it was downplayed. And that's why I keep bringing it up in our messages when we were messaging yesterday. Like, okay, how serious did they bring this to her attention? Because if they were downplaying it or not acting like it was a big deal or a serious concern and everybody just going about the day, hey, and passing, hey, this is what we think and keep on moving along, then she probably thought the same thing. But yeah, we'll discuss that later. Just so everybody aware, anybody that was watching the 6-year-old strangled on a live trial, I just wanted to let y'all know it's not that I stopped streaming it. Law and Crime did not do a day 3 yesterday. I will continue to look and see if they do start restreaming it. Like, I don't know if they decided that they got to scrub it and then stream it. I will let you guys know what I find out in regards to that. But in the meantime, we gonna definitely continue on this ride that we have with our girl. Our girl Latoshia, she done got into this relationship with the pastor, and the pastor then told her all these stories, all these things, all this stuff. He done told her all this stuff. Even told her they gonna be sister wives, they gonna be together. that this is what he, do. Read this book called The Ethical Slut, because I need you to know how I like you. When I get in the hotel room, don't be dressed at all. We ain't doing nothing but that. And when I'm out and you see me, don't walk up to me. I come to you, just in case I might be with my wife or somebody else. Interesting. He had her so in check that, He said, you come here for counseling for a divorce, boo. You don't need him. You don't need him. The pastor got you. I got you in all ways. Can you say amen? Let me stop. Okay. I'm going to stop. Oh, boy. I tell you, he's such a dud running around here telling all them stories. My personal opinion. Not to say that he should have been pew-pew, but he is such a dud. Running around here with braces on, trying to run game on everybody. Yeah, look where that game got him. I'm sorry. We do not blame victims. Okay. Y'all gonna have to forgive me because y'all know, I tell you, like, they be what. I'm just glad that the wife who wanted to shield him, she was trying to save her man. She was down for the cause. She did not want to lose him, right? Only to find out that the reason that this young lady is here is because he been telling her all this false stuff about what they gonna do and what they gonna be, misleading her, and then draw this lady up a wall, and now she up in their house doing this. She didn't know. What the fuck? Like, really? I know the wife, like if I would have knew this, that she like, this is a hard no for me. Not a semi no. I didn't even know there was a difference between hard and soft no's, but whatever. I thought no mean no, but shoot, according to yesterday's testimony, we can have some soft no's, y'all. We can have some midline no's. We can have some hard no's. Like, I didn't know. I thought no mean no, but apparently you gotta have different heart. You gotta have different no's up in this game. But the wife said, no, that was a hard no for me. When he gave me that book, I threw that book right back at him. I threw that book right back at him. Like, okay. So he went and took it to the book club. Now he didn't get, that's the thing that, when we talk about matters of the heart, I mean, you just don't know how far a person will go when it comes to their heart. I'm telling y'all, broken heart. I mean, a lot of unalivings and redrums, they come from people that have broken hearts, or insurance, of course, insurance stuff, right? But I'm telling you, that heart, like a lot of things that happen in this world, is based off emotions. Our emotions come from our heart. When people get into it in arguments, whether it's a good emotion, you talk about road rage. That's somebody being emotional in the wrong way. And that's coming from, whatever your heart is displaying. Like, I don't know. I can understand, these matters of the heart. I just think, when an ego get bruised, like, she dealt with anger management. This is what she specialized in. But that matter of the heart, All right. And even though you may want to go in there, you may want to put boundaries, because I'm sure that's what she did. She went in there and she put some boundaries, with her heart. At least she thought she was putting boundaries, right? Just in my opinion, just my thoughts. Just my thoughts. Don't know. I mean, my stuff ain't fact. It's just my opinion in some ways. And tomorrow, my opinion might be something totally different. Oh wow. So that's just my 2 cents. My 2 cents don't mean nothing. I don't know. I just think that matters to the heart. And like some people got that snapback and some people don't. Mm, she was hurt. I mean, even to say it. Wow. Yeah, so we are waiting for them to get into court. Get Sweet Pea to read to us. Just sent it. What we reading? You sent what? My only fan. What you're saying? Let me see. You want me to read the book? It's 219 pages. Gee whiz. Let me see. Let me see what it's about. I'm about to fall out. Oh gosh. Let me see. Let me put this on my computer. We have the book. I am not. Wait a minute. Oh gosh. I probably will not make it through this book. Let me see. Oh goodness. Let's see what the pastor wanted them to do. He said, read this book. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh gosh, Olivia. Oh gosh. Oh boy, let me see. Okay. Court has not started, y'all. So just so y'all know, court has not started. Let's see what this book talking about. Let's see what the pastor wanted. Let's see what the pastor wanted in his life, what he was trying to do. And until court start. Once court start, we'll go in there. But let's see. Sure, let's see what the pastor wanted. All the pastors coming home. Like boo. I had came across this on YouTube on Core TV. It didn't work for them, but it might work for us. Here, can you read this book? Okay, so this is a practical guide to polyamory. Y'all know I can't say no words. Open relationships and other adventures. This is second edition. So shout out to Dotsie Eatson and Janet Hardy. So if anybody wants to grab the book. Well, we definitely got to read one. So let me get one and read it to y'all so we can understand what the ethical study is. Let me see. I'm telling you, they make books about this. Like, even though you in the church, there are ways that you can do this. Thank you for contributing to the book club. Oh, good. Thank you. We're going to start us a book club. Oh, we. Okay, so chapter 1, y'all want to know what an ethical slut is? All right. Many of y'all dream of having an open relationship like life. I'm trying to see which ways I can do this. An open bedroom. Y'all want the love and the friendship. Y'all want it all. Most never try because they feel like it's impossible. Exactly. And those who tried, they give up with the challenges. But a few of y'all, shoot, y'all discover that being open in the bedroom with other people is absolutely possible and more rewarding than you could ever imagine. So, just so y'all know, the ethical slut, we are, many others are. Maybe you are too. Is anybody in the chat an ethical slut? Because they say maybe you are too. If you dreamed of the freedom, if you dreamed of that sex, if you dreamed of an abundance, he dropped it on them. He said this abundance, this fruitfulness, this fruitful life of friends, flirtation, consensual bedroom, open bedroom, and following all your desires. Woo! Oh, so that's they say why we choose this title. They said in the world, a slut is a highly offensive term. I would agree. Used to describe a woman with sexuality, this indiscrimination, and is shameful. Mm. Wow. We got to see what other chapters. I hear the courtroom noise. Sharon Rock, we are trying to get every woman in here or man in here. I guess this can go for women and men. We are reading the good book that the pastor was giving out to his women. Clearly, this book did not work, right? So we're going to pick out different chapters in the book. Oh, gosh, they got a slut's eye view. Wow. We're going to learn about sexual diversity. Yes, this is a good book. Vala, damn it. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to anybody that I missed. Oh, yeah. This is a good book. That's what he thought. He said it was a good book. The pastor said, y'all gonna read this good old book. Oh, yeah. We gonna read some of this. Yeah, because I think some of y'all out here playing in these streets, acting like y'all know about this. I mean, I know the norm, okay? But shoot, ain't nothing wrong with this. I don't know. I think polygamy is really becoming more bigger than what a lot of people want to admit to. I mean, and let's be honest. In some ways, a lot of women out here are in polygamous relationships and just don't know it. So I'll leave that right there for you guys. But a lot of women are out here side chicks and don't know it. A lot of men out here are side men and don't know it, and vice versa. Oh, you want to know what the name of the book is? Let me let you know. Just so you can know what the good book name is. The good book's name is yes, OnlyFans has put it in there. That's what we're reading. He was preaching from multiple books. He had different angles, Marilda. Different angles. He said that's why it's ethical. Like, it may not be the norm, but this is how you can be an ethical, slut. Yeah, I read the chapters, but at least not read the chapters, but look at what chapters we should read. We already found out what an ethical slut is, so we got that down. Now the next chapter, and I think that's going to be very important for us to determine what this is that they got a values and ethics chapter. So we got to know what the values are and what the ethics are for this person to be that. Okay. So I think that should be the next thing before we go any further into the book. We got to understand, like, we got a jealous chapter. We got sluts in love chapter. They got slut economics. We got to let you know how them dollars work. A boundaries chapter. Oh, yeah. This probably going to help a lot of people. And y'all let me know if this changed your mind, if y'all want to become ethical sluts. Yes. This is going to be our book club. This is going to be the start of our book club. Right, Marilda? This is what the good old pastor did. You don't want to participate in this pop quiz, Baka? Yeah, this didn't work out that great for them. He probably brought the wrong book home. That's probably what happened. Okay. Well, y'all know we don't have no TiVo time. And that's fine. This is we want to be right up in here, right on time. So let me see those ones. Let me see those sweet pea gangs. If y'all ready to go ahead and get into this courtroom and see what we have for part 2. At least the judge starts on time. So she get a brownie point in my book. She started on time. So that's a brownie point. Y'all make sure y'all get the link for y'all bingo cards. I did put them at the top. And let's get in here and let's see what's going on.
We're ready to get back to work.
The state calls Captain Draper.
Ms. Whistle. Morning, Captain.
Morning, sir.
Do me a favor, stand here, face the judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm to tell the whole truth?
I do.
Right, you may have a seat, sir. You may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state and spell your name for the record?
Samuel Edward Draper, SAMUEL,
And where are you employed?
Carver Police Department,
And what's your position?
captain of the uniform patrol.
How long have you been in that position?
Coming up on a year,
Okay. And how long have you been with the Carville Police Department?
approximately 13 years.
Okay. So I'm going to take you back to April 4th, 2019. Do you recall responding to an apartment complex that day?
Yes, ma'am. On that day, I believe it was roughly around 22, 26, responding to a weapons complaint of shots fired at, I believe, 1681 South Elstone Place East. Myself and a couple other CPD officers and SV pulled up on scene, pulled up to the entrance point of the Meridian Apartments, and the gate was already opened by, I believe, another occupant of the complex. He was saying, hey, the shots are coming up from this apartment complex. Me and one of my partners, Officer Austin McLean, we rounded about apartment complex, I believe it was 204 to 205 of Building 8. And then when we were coming up the stairwell, one of the tenants from the apartment complex said that the shots were coming from the top right apartment. So myself and Officer McLean went up the stairwell, made a right, observed a male subject down on the ground in the front entryway of the apartment in a pool of blood. Saw a female victim sitting or braced against the wall to the male victim, and then I observed the suspect. A little ways behind him, there was an island, kitchen island in that apartment complex. You see the standing to the right of that on the weapon.
Okay. And at any time did she put down the weapon once you arrived?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Could you tell us what happened with that?
So, once we got there, I observed her with the weapon, myself and the on-scene officers were trying to communicate with her to put down the weapon. I don't recall how long or how much time elapsed, but after some time, we requested a less lethal beanbag gun to be called up, and that's when Officer Jenkins deployed that, and she immediately fell to the ground. And that's when we went into the apartment complex, secure it, and secured the weapon.
Could you describe to the jury what exactly is a less lethal firearm?
A less lethal weapon system is typically it's a 12-gauge shotgun that's been converted to a less lethal means. It's deployed by a super sock, which is a small, approximately 4 inches Kevlar type of cloth. That's inside that Kevlar cloth is number 8 lead pellets, and it's a means for us to deploy it during violent situations. It can still be lethal, but it's a less lethal means to try to incapacitate the subject in order to get them under custody.
And I don't recall if you stated before, but which officer employed the less lethal?
That was Officer Kelly Jenkins.
Okay. And you stated that you saw the suspect hit the ground?
Correct.
Okay. Do you see that same suspect in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am. She's right sitting in front of me.
Could you describe what she's wearing?
White jacket, blue shirt, glasses.
Your Honor, if we could have the record reflect that Captain Draper has identified the defendant.
Let the record reflect the defendant has been identified.
Okay. And if you recall, how many times was the suspect hit with the less lethal?
One time.
Okay. And after she was hit, do you recall who secured the scene or who cleared the weapon?
I believe that was Officer McLean, because myself and the other officers, we didn't know who else was in the apartment, and we went to the left, and that's when Officer McLean secured the weapon, and I believe put it on the island, if I recall correctly.
And do you recall any other weapons being recovered from the scene?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so neither of the two people that were on the ground had weapons?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you do anything else pertaining to this investigation?
No, ma'am.
And this apartment complex that you responded to, you said it was on Elkstone Place?
Yes, in the Meridian Apartments off of Shea Road.
Okay, is that in Shelby County?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Rev.
Good morning, Captain Draper.
Good morning.
I just have a couple of questions for you, okay? On April the 4th, you responded to a shots fired call, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had information that there were 2 people down.
What I recall, there was just shots fired and there was screaming.
Okay. How many officers arrived at the scene?
Initially, I want to say it was myself, Officer Dunlap, and Officer McLean, but there was additional officers that showed up shortly after.
Do you recall how many officers total responded?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall how long you were there prior to the firing of the less lethal?
No, ma'am.
Now, when you arrived on the scene, you had your sidearm,
I had my rifle.
okay? I thought you had both.
Well, yes, but I had my rifle in conjunction to my sidearm.
So you had, it's a Glock that you carry,
Yes, ma'am.
and a Bushmaster rifle.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you went up the stairs, you had your Bushmaster rifle
Yes, ma'am.
in your hands.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you went up to where that apartment is, when you came to the doorway where you could see in, and you saw that Miss Daniels was standing there with a weapon, you raised your gun, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you had a person inside with a weapon.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you are trained in dealing with that kind of situation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all get training in what's called the use of force continuum.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And that goes from no force at all to deadly force.
Yes, ma'am.
And less lethal is below the deadly force.
Yes, ma'am.
Less lethal can include the super sock that you were talking about, or the rubber pellets, things like that.
Yes, ma'am.
But the deadly force would involve typically your sidearm.
In that case there, it was, typically, less lethals are used for, it's another tool for us to address the situation. And for us, even though deadly force would have been authorized in that circumstance, we decided to try to use another means to resolve the situation peacefully and the best we could.
Absolutely. And y'all are trained to go as far down on the continuum as you can, right?
Depending on the situation, yes, ma'am.
You don't want to jump to the most extreme if you don't have to.
Yes, ma'am.
And so when you encountered Miss Daniels, did you see her? Did you see her?
Yes, ma'am.
You had a good visual. Do you remember how far apart you were?
I can't recall the exact footage, but it was a ways distance. I was at the top of the stairwell. You had the apartment with both parties in the entranceway to the apartment, and then she was a little further back, closer in the interior portion of the apartment.
When you were speaking with her, were you still back at the stairwell, or were you closer up to the apartment?
Still back where I was.
Okay, you could see her in the
Correct.
apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you did talk to her.
Attempted to. I did not get a response.
She was very visibly upset.
I did not see any emotion from what I recall. She would
Was
not
she-
communicate back to me.
Okay, so you were talking to her and she did not talk back to you at all?
Correct. We were telling her to put down the firearm, something to that extent, but we weren't getting a response from that.
Were you seeing her at that point behaving in a threatening way to the 2 people on the ground?
Our priority at that point was to try to detain and secure the situation because we had injured parties.
Right, but my question was, did you see her at that point in time threatening the 2 people on the ground?
No, ma'am.
Did you see her at any point, and this obviously is going to depend on where you were standing.
Mhm.
Did you see her at any point putting the gun to her own head, to her own chest, and to her own mouth?
If I recall correctly, at some point, in our attempts to communicate with her, she did point the firearm towards herself, but I don't recall exactly what, if it was the head or the chest area.
Okay. And during that whole period of time, you're trying to talk to her and she's not even
There's no
responding?
response. At one point, I do recall talking with Miss Perry, asking her what the name of the subject was to try to convince her to put down the firearm, but it did not work.
So at some point, y'all determined the best course of action was to utilize that less lethal.
Yes, ma'am.
And once you did that, she was taken into custody?
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And paramedics then came to take care of Tabitha and Burgess.
Yes, ma'am.
At any point, did Latasha point the gun at any of the officers?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever see her point the gun at Tabitha or Burgess again?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall the initial attempt to deploy the less lethal not being successful? That the first gun jammed?
I do believe that there was a malfunction with the first one, and that's when we had to call it for a second one.
Somebody had to run down to their car, come back up and...
Somebody, I don't recall exactly who it was, but, because me and the other officers there had this, we stayed where we were because we don't want to lose sight.
And somebody brought up the less lethal, gave it to Jenkins, and Jenkins is the one who deployed the less lethal.
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you, Captain.
Thank you, ma'am.
Read that here. I'll redirect, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
You may call your next witness.
State calls Officer McLean. Sorry.
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm to tell the whole truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may have a seat, sir.
Appreciate it.
Proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, ma'am. It is Richard Austin McLean, RICHARD MCCLAIN.
Where are you employed?
Right now, I'm employed with Shelby County Sheriff's Office.
Have you always been employed with them?
No, ma'am.
Where were you previously?
From 2016 to 19, I was employed by the Collierville Police Department.
And how long were you there?
3 years.
And what was the last position you held while there?
Patrolman.
So while you were at the Collierville Police Department, do you recall, I'm going to take you back to April 4th, 2019. Do you recall responding to an apartment complex that day?
Yes.
Okay, and was that apartment complex on Oakstone Place?
Yes.
It was in Shelby County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why did you respond there?
Shots fired call.
Okay. And who else was with you on that day?
Like officer-wise, I'm guessing?
Correct.
You had Dunlap, Draper, Jenkins, DeBaldo, and myself.
Okay. And what happened when you got to that scene?
Myself, Officer Dunlap, and Officer Draper were the first three on scene, I believe, or right around the same time. We all started clearing the bottom floor, at which point we came into contact with the tenant, who advised us that the shots were coming from an upstairs apartment.
And did you ever go upstairs to that upstairs apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what happened once you got there?
As we made our approach upstairs, Officers Dunlap and Draper were in the hallway, and I was on the stairs, and we could see a male black and a female black within the doorway on the floor.
They were on the floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you said you were on the stairwell.
Yes.
What happened and what did you see when you were on the stairwell?
I saw Officer Dunlap and Draper and myself. We started giving verbal commands to drop the weapon, at which point it did not happen. I called for a less lethal, at which point the less lethal was brought up. It did misfire twice. I asked for another one, went and got it, at which point that less lethal did work and was successful, at which point we did move in to the apartment.
So you said that there were verbal commands that happened, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At what point did you see a suspect?
I might have peeked in just to see what was going on and radio to our dispatch and responding officers so everybody knew what was going on.
And to your knowledge, was the less lethal employed?
As in,
Did they shoot it?
yes.
Okay. Did you see it when it was shot?
Yes, I heard less lethal, and then, of course, boom.
So at that point, did you stay in the stairwell or did you go up to the apartment?
I made entry into the apartment.
And what happened once you got in?
Observed the two victims were on the floor, and our suspect was laying on the floor inside the kitchen, at which point Officer Draper secured the gun from the suspect's hand with his foot, and I made the gun safe. I cleared the gun.
Okay. So you had the gun in your hand?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you see when you had the gun in your hand?
There were several rounds in the magazine and not one in the chamber.
So in your experience, when you're looking at these guns, if there is not one chambered, but there's a magazine in the gun, what could that mean?
It could possibly
Objection
mean,
to speculation.
What was the question?
I asked, in his experience, what would it mean if there was one chambered and if there was a magazine in the gun? He's testifying to his experience.
Yeah, I think he can, if he's familiar enough with guns, that foundation could be laid that he could say, if you pulled the trigger, what would happen? But I don't think that he can speculate about why something would be that way.
Just like a proper foundation.
If there was nothing chambered in the gun and there was a magazine in the gun, and if it was fired, what would happen?
it would go boom, and a round would go somewhere.
Even though there was not one chambered?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question correctly. If there was not one chambered, the gun would basically click and there would be no explosion or round going through that gun.
I'll pass it with Mr. Owner.
All right, cross-examination.
Good morning, Officer McClain. My name is Arthur Horn. How are you?
Doing good, sir.
You might want to fix your collar on your jacket.
Appreciate it.
Okay. So taking you back to April 4, 2019, you get a shots fired call. Were you in your vehicle solo or were you riding with the partner?
Oh, solo.
Okay. And you get this call and you arrive at the scene of the Meridian Apartments, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you get there, who's there with you?
Officer Dunlap and Draper,
Okay,
when I first arrived.
all right. Did you grab your 12 gauge or did you go straight to the apartment with just your
Pistol.
standard block issue?
Standard Glock issue pistol.
Did the other officers go with their standard weapons or did they go?
Officer Draper had his SWAT issued rifle,
Okay.
and I'm not sure about Officer Dunlap.
Okay.
I
Was
do not
Officer
recall.
McClain there at that point?
Was who?
I mean, not Officer McClain. Was Officer Jenkins there at that point?
She arrived within a few seconds to a minute right behind, if I recall correctly.
from Law and Crime. I am real ratchet with my thing. Well, I ain't broadcasting it. So I was broadcasting it from Law and Crime anyways. Law and Crime had the banner. I don't know what you talk about, Maddie. Oh gosh. Let me go back into this trial. Cause yeah.
And you go up the stairs to this apartment. And when you first walk into the apartment, you see a female subject on the ground, correct?
I did not walk into the apartment. I was
Okay.
in the stairway.
Okay, in the stairwell. Could you see the female
Yes, sir.
subject on the ground?
Yes, sir.
Could you see the male subject on the ground?
Yes, sir.
Could you see Miss Daniels?
No, sir.
Okay. At any point, could you see Miss Daniels?
As I said earlier, I might have peeked in so that I could radio to our dispatch and other officers what was going on.
Okay. So when you peeked in, did you see Miss Daniels?
For maybe a brief second.
Okay. And when you observed Miss Daniels, she never raised a gun at you or any of the other officers?
As far as I can recall, I never saw that.
Okay.
I can say I saw that she had a gun in her hand.
Okay. Did you see her point the gun at herself?
I cannot testify to that. I did not see that.
So you never saw her point the gun at her mouth, her chest, or her hand?
No, sir. I cannot testify to that. Did not see it.
At some point, well, let me stop you. You all are trained in the use of deadly force, correct?
Correct.
You've been with the Collierville Police Department, and now you're with the Shelby County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, sir.
Right? And it's called the deadly force, use of deadly force continuum,
Mm-hmm.
correct? And
Yes,
there's
sir.
sort of two extremes. There's the less lethal,
Mm-hmm.
correct, all the way over to deadly force. And you were the one that made the decision to use the less lethal means to try to take Ms. Daniels down, correct?
We all decided that.
Okay.
But it is a tool to use other than deadly force.
Okay.
It was an option to have.
Okay. And it was an option, and you guys, you called for it. I think you testified earlier,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Mhm.
And were you the one who made the first attempt?
Firing the less
Yes,
lethal?
yes.
No, sir, I was not trained to fire less lethal.
Who was the first person to make that attempt?
Officer Jenkins.
Okay, and she tried that twice,
Yes, sir.
and it jammed,
It misfired.
misfired.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then at some point, did you run down to get another 12
Yes, sir.
gauge
Yes, sir.
to do the less lethal?
Yes, sir.
And you came back upstairs, and you did it,
No, sir, I gave it to Officer Jenkins.
and
I was-
Officer Jenkins did it?
Yes, sir. I was not trained in less lethal.
Okay, but Officer Jenkins was.
Yes, sir.
How much time elapsed between the first attempt and the second attempt?
As in when we had to change out less lethals,
Correct.
5 seconds maybe.
Okay. And from the time that you got there until the time the less lethal, the second less lethal means was employed, how much time passed?
Can't recall to exactly that.
Okay, 5 minutes?
Probably, possibly less than that.
Okay. And when Officer Jenkins did it the second time, she hit Miss Daniels, correct?
Yes.
She fell to the floor.
Yes.
Did you clear the weapon or did someone else clear the weapon?
I cleared the weapon.
Explain to the jury what clearing the weapon.
Yes, sir. So basically, it means clearing the firearm, which makes it safe. You remove the mag, you pull the slide back, slide lock, and You check to make sure there's no round in the chamber or anything like that.
Okay. And earlier you were asked a question about having a bullet in the chamber
Yes, sir.
versus having them in the magazine.
Yes, sir.
On that particular weapon, you would have to clear the slide to get the bullet into the chamber, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were able to take down Miss Daniels, and she was taken into custody after after you cleared the weapon, correct?
She was already down once I cleared the weapon.
Okay. And she was taken into custody.
Yes, sir.
If I can have a minute, you know. I'll pass it with you.
All right, read our rig.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, you better step down,
All
sir.
right, thanks, ma'am.
Statement and kind of receipt.
They called Detective Chris Roberts.
Your Honor, could we approach briefly before these all these things?
Yes.
Okay, guys, so court is on a short break right now. Interesting enough. Y'all know we don't have any TiVo time. That's okay. Yeah, the 13th. Yeah, I'm surprised she didn't get. Yeah, they did it with a they did, you know, pew at her, but it was with something less lethal. No, thank you. What am I supposed to do about it? I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do about it. I'm not in court. Hold on a second, guys. This, okay, so just so everybody can be clear, like even if they're trying to say that in regards to the banner was up there because I streamed it from Law and Crime, and Law and Crime had it in their banner. So I don't even understand how that would have anything to do with me because Law and Crime had it in their banner. So anybody that came in here will see it from that banner. So I'm not sure what they could be alluding to. So while court is on a short break, I am going to, so I can check into this issue. Just to make sure, because I don't have, I do have Maddie's email. I just don't have any emails from anybody else in regards to anything that I did wrong. So while we're waiting, I am going to play. Let's see. We will listen to some of the wife's testimony from yesterday. And I'll keep an eye on the courtroom.
38.
I'm gonna pass you something and ask you if you can identify it. Can you identify that?
Yeah, that's what it's there.
So that's that big mark. State's Exhibit 1, please.
No objection.
I will show, the photo of Ron's here is Exhibit 1.
May I publish that for the jury?
Yes.
Is that the photo you used to identify?
Yes.
When's the last time you talked to him?
April
4th.
4th, 2019.
And that's the day he died.
Correct.
Were you there when that happened?
Yes.
Where were y'all living at the time?
Collinsville, Tennessee.
How long had y'all been in Shelby County?
Approximately 6 months.
Where were you before that?
Little Rock, Arkansas.
And what did Mr. Perry do as his occupation?
He was a pastor.
And is that what he did in Little Rock as well?
Yes.
Where was he at Little Rock? Where was he a pastor at?
St. Mark Baptist Church.
And do you know, is that a big church?
Yeah, it's a big church.
They have a lot of pastors.
Yes.
What was his role as a pastor there?
He was a pastor of assimilation. So his responsibility was basically new members as well as small groups.
Did you do any counseling or anything at that church?
No.
I want to take you specifically to April 4th of 2019. And that night, 9 or 10 o'clock at night, where were you?
I was home.
And was Brodus there with you?
No, it's not.
Did you have a visitor?
I did.
Was it an expected visitor or an unexpected visitor?
Unexpected.
Kind of tell me how that went.
I heard a knock at the door. So me and the dog went to the door. I didn't see anyone. Well, the people was covered. And so I thought it was Brodus just playing around. So I'm like, I said something like, I'm not gonna open the door if I can't see anyone. So I went and sat back down. And I heard a knock again, so I went back to the door. And I peeked out the door, and I saw like a lock, like swinging. And I was like, Tasha, is that you? And she, nodded, yeah. So I was like, okay, let me put the dog up. I went and put the dog up, and then I came back and opened the door.
Okay. So you knew Latoshia Daniels.
Yes,
Is she in the courtroom today?
yes,
Can you point her out for us, please?
right there.
What color shirt she wearing?
Blue,
Light blue or dark blue?
light blue.
For the record, Judge, she's identified the defendant.
So let the record reflect the defendant has been identified.
How would you describe your relationship with the defendant?
Friendly.
Okay. You knew her, you may have said this, where did you know her from?
I knew her from church
In Memphis or Little Rock?
in Little Rock.
Did y'all do other things together outside of church?
I would say from maybe July to October, we played tennis together like once a month. I went to a couple dance classes. I think she had a former client who taught dance, so I went to a couple dance classes, or my life group would go with her life group to a couple dance classes.
So it was somebody you knew from church, somebody you knew from some events at church, somebody you played tennis with occasionally, so you knew her fairly well, would you say that?
Yeah.
What did you think when she just showed up? Did you have any idea she knew where you lived, or?
I knew that it was odd. I felt like it was odd, but
Okay, so full disclaimer. Okay, so the people in the back, they've been looking. I checked my email, Maddie, but they didn't have anything. They didn't send me anything in regards to it. But just to be on the safe side, just so everybody know, I was restreaming through Law and Crime. So Law and Crime actually had their banner up for the 6-year-old strangle trial. I kept repeating on our stream, like I didn't understand why they had it on there. But they had it on their banner. So that should protect anything for me because it's also, displayed on my screen. So, I don't know how I take it to trial to hit the courtroom, but somehow we didn't hit the courtroom. I don't know. But yeah, thanks, Maddie. I appreciate it. Yeah, I thought Maddie be playing so much. I thought that he wanted me to cover the trial because he invested and he figured out a way for us to look at the trial. But it was to my understanding that you had to have certain credentials to be in there, and it say you can't restream and stuff when you go in there. So, you can look at the trial personally, but you can't restream it. So, unless it's being streamed by Law and Crime or something. But yeah, the banner was in our banner. It just sounded like the defense want to use take it to trial as a way to get out of the case. I don't know. But for our current case, we are back from break. So I'm going to put us in so we can go ahead and get back into the courtroom.
Is there anything we need to address before the jury comes in?
Yes, ma'am. The other jury in the courtroom at this time. Watch together.
Right, you may be seated. And we're ready to get back started. State you may call your next witness.
Detective Chris Roberts.
Come on with, sir. Stand here, face the judge. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm to tell the whole truth?
I do.
All right, you may have a seat, sir.
Thank you.
Would you state and spell your name, please?
My name is Chris, C-H-R-I-S, last name Roberts, R-O-B-E-R-T-S.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a lieutenant with the Carterville Police Department.
How long have you been at the Carterville Police Department?
Approximately 27 years.
As a lieutenant, kind of tell me what your duties are.
I'm a patrol lieutenant. That means I supervise right now I'm supervising the midnight shift patrol division. We have approximately 14 patrol officers on our shift, and I'm one of the supervisors over that shift.
You have training in firearms?
Yes, sir.
Kind of tell us a little bit about that.
Like I said, I've been a police officer. I've been a police officer over 31 years. During that time, I was a SWAT operator for almost 5 years. I've had training in the use of rifles, shotgun, handguns, less lethal weapons, most weapons that police officers use.
Do you have to qualify every year with a handgun?
Twice a year.
Twice a year with a handgun?
Yes, sir.
I want to talk to you a little bit about semi-automatic handguns.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury like what that is?
A semi-automatic handgun is a magazine-fed handgun that, according to what kind of caliber bullet that you put inside of it, that you insert the number of rounds that you want inside of the magazine, insert the magazine into the handgun, you rack the slide back, and when the slide goes forward, a round is chambered into the gun and it's ready to fire.
And then how do you fire that when it's ready to fire?
Some handguns have safety, some do not. If the handgun does not have a safety, you just pull the trigger. If the handgun does have a safety, you have to take it off safety and put it into the firing mode and just pull the trigger.
And so every time you pull the trigger, what happens?
Another round goes off until the magazine is empty.
And what happens when the magazine is empty?
The slide will lock back, showing that there's no more rounds to be fed into the chamber, so nothing else can be fired.
So if you run out of bullets or fire it till you run out of bullets, there's not a round in the chamber at that point?
No, sir. The slide locks back automatically and it cannot be fired again.
If the slide is then forward and you insert a magazine full of ammunition into that weapon, will there be one in the chamber?
Yes, sir, there will be.
Okay, I think you misunderstood my question. If the slide is forward,
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Yes, the slide has to be rocked back, and you insert the magazine, then you release the slide goes forward, and that chambers around into the.
so if you insert a magazine without racking the slide, basically, will there be a round in the chamber?
No, there won't.
I want to talk to you a little bit about April 4th of 2019. You already testified you were with the Carterville Police Department. What were your duties at that time?
I was at the rank of detective during that time.
And did you respond to a call on Elkstone Place in Carterville on that day?
Yes, sir, I was the on-call detective that night.
And so do you recall about what time you got the call, what time you got there?
It was around 11 or so. I don't, it was late that night.
Okay. And when you get there, tell ladies and gentlemen, jury, what you observed and kind of what you did to start.
As soon as we got there, myself and Lieutenant Young and 2 other detectives made the scene. We secured the scene, went over the crime scene, seeing what we were dealing with, including where shell casings were, where a possible weapon that was used was located, where there was any blood splattering. We talked to the officers that first made the scene there. We talked to the firemen that were there to see what happened with them. It was just seeing what the scene was about and then starting our investigation.
So one of the things I think you just said was you kind of take over the scene when you get there?
Yes, the patrol officers release the scene to the detectives and it becomes our scene.
Is one of the things you do is you start identifying and collecting evidence from that scene?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that at that scene on Elkstone?
Yes, sir.
Hand you,
Excuse me, Roberts, if you could speak up so the jury.
I apologize.
And she can record everything.
Okay.
So we just speak up for it.
Can I touch this?
yes, absolutely. If you can open that up and look at it, and I just want to ask you if you can identify what's in there and how you can identify what it is.
This is the handgun that we collected at that apartment that night. I recognize it from the serial number and the model.
Is there anything else in that box?
There's a magazine with several rounds of ammunition.
How many rounds of ammunition?
Appears to be 5.
And you collected all that from the scene on Elkstone?
All the detectives that night, we all worked together to collect it.
After it's collected, is what happens to it then?
We take it back to the police department and seal it in bags and seal it with evidence tape and then place it into the evidence, which is stored.
And that was done with everything in that box?
Correct.
Judge, I would ask that that be marked as 2? 3?
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
You can show the gun and say rounds as exhibit 3.
I'm gonna hand you a picture and ask you if you can identify that.
This is the picture of the handgun that we located at the apartment that night.
Judge, I would ask that be marked exhibit 4, please.
Any
No.
objection?
No objection.
And may I publish that?
Yes. The photo of the gun. 4. Yes, you may vote. Thank you.
And specifically, what is that photo? What was the purpose of taking that photo?
It showed the model, it's a Ruger handgun, and it shows the serial number that is associated with that handgun.
So what is the serial number on there?
It is 455-51219.
And is that number unique to that handgun?
Each handgun has a unique serial number.
So no other handgun in the world has that serial number?
It should not.
Hand you this. I'm gonna ask you, I don't know if you want gloves, it doesn't matter to me, and don't know if you have anything to open that up, but I want to ask you to open that up and identify what's on the inside of it.
Thank you. May I open it now, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
You recognize those items?
Yes, sir, I do.
And can you tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what they are?
These are the shell casings and a spent round that we've located right inside the apartment.
Can you tell us shell casings and spent rounds, what does that mean?
A shell casing is what's left over when a bullet goes out the chamber. It contains the gunpowder, and it's ejected from the gun when the gun is fired. And then the spent bullet is actually the metal that actually goes out the end of the barrel, whatever you're shooting at. That's what it'll hit.
So what you're describing to me is something that starts as one piece.
Correct.
It's a casing with a bullet on the end. The casing contains gunpowder.
Correct.
You put the entire, you put that into the gun,
You put it into the magazine.
into
Yes,
the
sir.
magazine.
Yes, sir.
And then what happens when you pull the trigger?
The firing pin on the weapon hits the primer on the shell, which ignites the gunpowder inside of the shell, which explodes and shoots the bullet out through the barrel.
So then it separates,
Correct.
and the bullet goes out through the barrel.
Correct.
What happens to the casing that's left in the weapon?
And this type of weapon, it's ejected from the weapon.
When you say ejected, like, is it shot out like the bullet, or is it something
No,
different?
the bullet will go straight out. The shell casing goes out to the side.
And so when, and how far approximately? I mean, does it go a mile? Does it go feet?
The shell casing or the
Yes.
bullet? The shell casing, maybe 10 feet, not far.
So if someone fires a weapon in a room 7 times, would you anticipate you would recover 7 shell casings from there if they were using a semi-automatic handgun?
Yes, sir.
Did you recover shell casings from that residence on Elkstone?
Yes, sir, we did.
How many?
7.
And that's those?
Correct. Plus, I believe there is a bullet, one spent copper bullet also.
And tell me like how that would happen.
Whenever the bullet, if it goes into a body or and it exits the body, the bullet will be left at the scene.
So it would lose most of its velocity at that point,
Correct.
and you might find that.
Correct.
Would it be unusual not to find all of the bullets that were fired?
Correct. The bullet could be left in the victim. The bullet could be in a wall that we can never recover. The bullet could fly. If it hit a window going outside the residence that we may never find again.
So if it went out the door was open and it went out the door,
Very unlikely we would never find that again.
I'm just gonna ask you to put those back in there.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna ask that be marked next exhibit, Judge.
In your objection.
No.
All right. We show the shell casing and spent round inside the apartment as exhibit 5.
I'm gonna ask you if you can identify this.
Yes, sir, I can.
And what is that?
This is the evidence that was collected by the ME from Mr. Perry's body.
So the medical examiner
Correct.
during the autopsy.
Correct.
So when they perform an autopsy and collect evidence, the doctor, what does the doctor do with it?
They collect it for us, seal it up, and then turn it over to the police department.
And who went to the medical examiner's office to pick up the evidence that they collected?
I did.
And can you tell by those markings that that's what you picked up after they performed an autopsy on Brodus Perry?
Yes, sir. There was, looks like hair, nail. There's a few other things here besides the bullets.
Judge, I'm going to ask that be marked next exhibit, please.
Any objection?
Brenda, will that just be a cumulative evidence from the ME?
That's what I'm going to ask that it be marked as. Yeah.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, we'll show this evidence collected by the medical examiner from the victim's body as exhibit 6.
As part of the work you did on this case, Detective or Lieutenant, I'm sorry, did you submit any items to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what items did you send them?
The items from the ME, I submitted the gun, I submitted the spent shell casings also.
Did you submit the bullet that was recovered as well from the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
So 7 spent shell casings and the bullet from the crime scene, 5 bullets from the ME and the Ruger.
Correct,
All of those were submitted to the TBI.
correct.
And what did you request that the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations do with those items?
I wanted them to see if the bullet matched the weapon that we retrieved from the scene. I wanted to make sure that the shell casings that we retrieved came from the weapon that we retrieved from the scene.
And after they finished did they do the examination?
Yes, sir.
And after they finish their examination, what happens to them? Do you go pick the evidence back up, or?
It can either stay with the TBI until court, or we can go pick it up and put it back into our evidence.
And the items that have previously been marked, those are all the items that you sent to the TBI to be analyzed?
As I recall, yes, sir.
Did you try to determine where and when the Ruger that's been introduced into evidence was purchased and who purchased it?
Yes, sir, I did.
And were you able to do that?
Yes, sir, I was.
And tell us what you found out.
What we did was we submitted the make, model, and serial number to Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms for them to run a trace on the weapon to see when it was purchased and who purchased it.
And who purchased it?
It showed it was purchased by the defendant.
Is the defendant in the courtroom?
Yes, she is.
Can you point her out, please?
She's over here in the white coat and the glasses and the blue shirt.
Judge, for the record, he's indicated Ms. Daniels.
For the record, show the thing has been identified.
Where did she purchase that?
It was purchased at a sporting goods store in Sherwood, Arkansas.
And were you able to obtain from that store a receipt of where she purchased it?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you this? Ask you if you can identify that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I did.
What is that?
This is a receipt showing that the defendant purchased a Ruger EC9 9mm handgun and a box of 9mm ultra target range ammo and a box of 9mm JHP Elite B-Crown ammo.
And that's got a mark at the top. Is that a mark you got that you made on it when you obtained that?
Correct. That shows the file number to my case.
Does it show when she made that purchase?
Yes, sir.
And like what date did she make that purchase?
April 4th, 2019 at 4:37 p.m.
Does it show the last 4 of the credit card that she made that purchase with?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what are the last 4 of that credit card?
7571 to a Visa.
Judge, I'm going to ask that be made next exhibit, please.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
We'll show the gun purchase receipt as exhibit 7.
May I publish that for the jury, please?
Yes.
So is that what you just identified?
Yes, sir, it is.
And the top Fort Thompson, is that the name of the sporting goods store?
Yes, sir, it is.
That's in Sherwood, Arkansas.
Correct.
Did you go to that store?
Yes, sir, I did.
How long did it take you to get there
It's about a 3-hour drive.
from Carterville?
Yes, sir.
And right under the word receipt, where it says 4/4/19, 4:37 and 07 seconds, that's the date and the time that she purchased that.
Correct.
It's got her name down there, Latoshia Daniels, with an address in Little Rock, Arkansas. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then right under there is RUG EC9S. What 9mm? What does that mean?
That is a Ruger EC9 9mm handgun.
And under the 22990 is a serial number?
Yes, 455-51219. Yes, sir.
And is that the same serial number as the Ruger that was previously entered into Houston evidence?
Yes, sir, it is.
The was Miss Daniels's car found at the scene at Elkstone?
Yes, it was.
Did you get a search warrant for that car?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you search it?
Yes, sir, I did.
Want to hand you something? Can you identify that?
Yes, sir. This is the credit card that I located inside the vehicle when I executed the search warrant.
And what are the last four on that credit card?
7571.
And is that the same last four of the credit card that was used to purchase the handgun that day in Sherwood, Arkansas?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I would ask that be made next exhibit, please.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll show the credit card marked as exhibit 8.
When you went to Thompson Sporting Goods in Sherwood, did you inquire from the owner as to whether they had a video surveillance system in that store?
Yes, sir. The day before, if I may, I contacted the sporting goods store and told them what I was needing, and they sent me 4 still shots from a video of the defendant going in the store and purchasing it. And then several days later, I went to the store and actually got a thumb drive from the store of that video.
I want to play a video for you and ask you if you can identify. And I will say, before I play this, that in an attempt to be more efficient with the court and the jury's time, I've shortened the video and sped it up at certain points.
Okay.
And even put a little writing in there, I think you'll see. But I basically want you to tell me, is this at least portions of the video that you recovered from Thompson Sporting Goods in Sherwood?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I just may note for the record, although this may not be the appropriate witness for some of this evidence, in the spirit of judicial economy, we are not objecting to any of this being entered through this witness.
All right, thank you.
Detective Roberts, is that the video that you recovered from Johnson Sporting Goods?
Yes, sir, it was.
Because the owner is going to be here tomorrow, but I'm moving now. I've put the entire video and then the kind of sped up clip both on the thumb drive, and I would ask that they be entered into evidence.
And again, with the same admonishment that we don't have an issue with it going in through this witness for judicial economy. I would not agree that it should come in.
Okay. All right. Exhibit 9 will show the video from the purchase of the gun.
Let me hand you this picture. Can you identify that, please?
Yes, sir, I can.
And what is that?
This is the still shot that I received from the sporting goods store. They emailed me the day after I received the ATF filing information about the handgun.
And is that taken off the video?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I would ask that big mark next to it.
No objection.
Will show the still shot. The defendant walked in the store as exhibit 10.
May I publish that picture?
Yes.
And is that what you just identified?
Yes, sir, it is.
And you recognize that individual?
That's the defendant.
So you recognize that as being Latoshia Daniels?
Yes, I do.
That's all the questions I have.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed well?
Yes.
Is it Detective Roberts?
I'm a lieutenant now, sir.
Lieutenant Roberts.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Roberts. My name is Sergeant Moore. I represent Ms. Daniels, and I just probably have more than a few questions.
I understand.
You were the lead investigator in this case,
Correct.
and with that comes a huge responsibility,
Yes, sir.
correct? When you're a lead investigator in a case, particularly a case like this, you have an array of duties.
Correct.
And the first thing that you do is you get a call, and when you come to a crime scene, you have to secure that scene.
Yeah, usually the patrol officers have already secured the scene.
And once that scene has been secured, you make sure that it's been secured properly.
Correct.
Correct? Then do you canvass the area to talk to witnesses, to see if anybody saw anything?
We do our best, yes, sir.
Okay. In this particular case, did you canvass the area or the apartment complex to see if there were any witnesses?
I do not recall if I did. There were two other detectives with me that assisted me with this case, but I do not remember particularly going door to door. There was only one other apartment next to Mrs. Perry's apartment there.
Okay. So the scene you arrived, it's been secured by the other officers, correct?
Correct.
Was Miss Perry or Mr. Perry's body still there, or had they been taken to the hospital?
No, they had already been taken by ambulance.
And Miss Daniels had been taken away as well?
Correct. The Perrys went to the Med, or now Regional 1, and the defendant went to Carville Baptist.
Okay. And so now your job is to secure the scene and collect evidence.
Correct.
And earlier, when Mr. McAlpine was talking to you, you started talking about some of the evidence that you gathered.
Correct.
In a case like this, once you started gathering evidence, you start kind of putting together the pieces to a puzzle.
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, you didn't know Miss Daniels, correct?
No,
You didn't know Mr. Perry.
no,
You didn't know Miss Perry.
no,
You didn't know anything about who they were or their prior relationships.
I know nothing about this case.
Okay. So you come to the scene and you secure it.
Correct.
You start gathering and collecting evidence. And that's important because you have to secure that evidence so that it makes it to this courtroom for trials. Correct. And so you did that.
Correct.
Part of your responsibilities and duties as the lead investigator is you secure the scene. We've talked about that. You collect evidence. Mr. McAlpin has gone through what you secured, and you make sure that it gets to the appropriate parties.
Correct.
In this particular case, you sent the shell casings to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation,
Correct.
and you made sure that they got that and received it
Correct.
so that they could test it
Correct.
and make sure that it was fired from that weapon.
Correct.
Early on in your investigation, it was pretty obvious to you that this was Miss Daniels had shot Mr. Perry. Is that correct?
That's what we understood.
Okay. And once you went to the sporting goods store in Arkansas, you saw where she had purchased that weapon.
Correct.
Correct? If I can show you what's already been marked as, I think, exhibit number 10. I might be a little challenged. I see it here. This is Miss Daniels entering the sporting goods store, Thompson Sporting Goods Store, correct?
Correct.
And she's only carrying her car keys.
As far as I can tell, yes, sir.
She's not carrying a purse.
Don't see a purse.
And at some point later on in the video, you see her purchase the weapon.
Correct.
And you said that happened at, according to the receipt, at 4:37.
According to the receipt, yes, sir.
Okay. And she leaves the sporting goods store.
Correct.
And-
Yes, sir.
And at some point, based on your investigation, she comes to Memphis
Yes, she does.
and goes downtown. How far is it from Sherwood to downtown?
2.5, 3 hours.
Okay. Because earlier you testified it was 3 hours to Carterville.
Yes, sir.
So about 2.5 hours would be.
That was my best guesstimate, yes.
And
Sir.
then another 30 minutes from downtown Memphis to Carterville.
Yes, sir.
And this all happened, the purchase was at 4:37,
Correct.
correct? And
According
you-
to the business.
And what was the time that you responded?
I said it was
Around-
late. It was maybe 11 o'clock or so.
11:37?
It could have been that, yes, sir.
Okay. And earlier, let's talk about, you testified that you went out to Miss Daniels' car and you retrieved the credit card.
No, that was several days later.
Okay, okay. Several days later, you went to her car and you retrieved the credit card.
Yeah, we towed her car to our secure lot
Okay,
and secured it and then obtained a search warrant to search it.
okay. And when you got that search warrant, you obtained the credit card,
Yes, sir.
correct? There was no purse in the car, correct?
No, sir.
And there was no purse in the still video
No, sir.
when she was at the sporting goods store?
I don't recall if there was there was a lot of stuff inside that car, but I don't recall a purse.
Now, getting back to your investigation, as this investigation kind of went on, you started to put the pieces to this puzzle together, and information came to you.
Yes, sir.
One of the things that came to you, you got a call from Chriselle Marshall,
Yes.
and Miss Marshall told you about some videos that she was privy to on, was it an app called Marco Polo?
A social.
Social media app called Marco Polo.
Correct.
And she, after you and her conversed for a while, she told you she knew Brothers Perry, correct?
Correct.
And that they had met through this app.
Yes, I don't believe she ever physically met him. I believe it was just through the app only.
Okay. And at some point, she sent you some videos,
Correct.
and you secured those videos.
Correct.
You watched them,
Correct.
and you turned those over to the state of Tennessee.
I put them on CD and then I submitted them to evidence.
Okay. If I can approach you,
Yes.
I'm gonna hand you a thumb drive.
Thank you.
You recognize that?
This is the thumb drive y'all showed me earlier.
Okay. And on that thumb drive were those videos, or some of the videos from Marco Polo.
Yeah, there were quite a few that I viewed.
And all of those weren't played in court, but there were about 30 videos on Marco Polo that were provided to you.
Yes, sir. Plus or minus. I don't remember exactly how many, but there were quite a few.
Okay. And you reviewed all of them?
Yes, as I recall. Yes, sir.
At some point, you also, let's talk about Tabitha Perry. You also interviewed Tabitha Perry, is that correct?
Myself and Detective Shirky did.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You didn't talk to her the night of the incident on
No, I
April
didn't.
4th?
No, she went straight to the med.
Okay. She came in and saw you the next day? Is that
Correct. I believe I talked to her on the telephone first and then she came in.
Okay. And she came in, was she alone or was she with them?
No, she was with family members.
Okay. Did she have two other people with her, pastors?
It could have been. I know she had other support staff with her, or support people with her.
Okay. Was Pastor Pointer one of the people?
It could have been. I'm sorry, I do not recall who all was with her.
Okay. And at some point you talked to her,
Correct.
and she didn't know, at this time, you didn't have any information about these Marco Polo videos.
At that time, no, I did not.
But she was very surprised or didn't know anything about a relationship between Miss Daniels or Mr. Perry.
Correct.
Okay. You interviewed her about how she invited Miss Daniels over. Invited her into the apartment.
Correct.
she talked to you about how they caught up,
Correct.
and then at some point, how Mr. Perry arrived.
Correct.
They talked for a while,
Yes.
and then at some point,
It's hearsay. I don't know.
I'm not getting what was talked about.
All right, have you from?
Your Honor, I need to go back and make that, I think exhibit number 9, the flash drive, or those videos.
Any objection from the staff?
No, ma'am.
All right, we'll show that, the thumb drive of videos, it's exhibit 11. All right, you can continue.
Now, again, Lieutenant Roberts, what I'm asking you were things that you learned through your investigation.
Yes, sir, it
correct?
was.
And you learned that at some point Mr. Perry came home,
Correct.
and that at some point a shooting occurred,
Correct.
correct? You didn't know any of the history or background between Mr. Perry and Ms. Daniels, correct?
Not until later in my investigation.
Okay. But when you were talking to Ms. Perry, interviewing her, you didn't know any of that information?
No, I did not.
And so, and that was very early on in your investigation?
It was like the next day or the
Okay.
day after.
How long after you talked to Ms. Perry did you get a call from Ms. Marshall and get those Marco Polo videos? Do you remember?
Within a week.
Okay. Would those have been helpful had you had those prior to your interview?
Yes, it would have been nice.
Okay. If I can have them anyway. Now, earlier I was asking you about your interview with Chapman, correct?
Correct.
And you said that you and was Officer Sharkey,
Detective Sharkey.
Detective Sharkey were present,
Correct.
and you couldn't remember who was in the interview room with
No,
Tabitha Perry.
No, I do not recall.
Down the mountain person with you.
Yes.
I'm gonna show you a transcript of
Sure.
that. You wanna just take a minute?
Sure.
Don't read it out loud, just
Okay.
read it.
Okay. Just this page only.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
So just a little bit ago, I asked you about who was present during that interview, and you said you couldn't recall.
No, sir.
After reviewing the transcript, was there a pastor turning there from
Yes, sir.
Mississippi Boulevard?
Yes.
And a pastor pointer from
Yes, sir.
St. Mark's?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, it also led you to go to Little Rock. Is that correct?
I did that all the same day. I went to the gun store and to Little Rock also.
Okay.
They're two close proximity.
Tell the jury where you went to in Little Rock.
There is a cigar store in Little Rock, and there's also a hotel in Little Rock that I went to in part of my investigation into this.
Okay, and when you went to do you remember the name of the cigar bar you went to?
Sons, something in Sons, it's Mr. Effeling's cigar store. It was a,
David Eflin
yes, sir.
and Gregory, you talked to both of them?
Yes, sir, I did.
And they own a cigar bar in Little Rock, correct?
Correct.
And that was the place that Pastor Perry, Brogus Perry's frequented.
Yes, sir.
And he also had a locker there, correct?
Correct.
And you went and you opened the locker.
Yeah, I had the staff open it for me.
Okay. And you retrieved a weapon from that locker?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Now, going back to your earlier investigation, I'm gonna flip back to when you got to the crime scene and it had been secured and you started gathering and collecting evidence. One of the things that you did is you got Mr. Perry's cell phone,
Correct.
correct? And at some point you tried to open it or get into the cell phone.
I believe we obtained search warrants, but I do not recall us ever getting information. I don't recall ever getting information from the phones.
Correct. You were never able to get any information
No,
out of his cell phone.
No,
His wife didn't have the code to it.
I don't recall that. I just know I don't remember getting information from his phones or the defendant's phones.
Okay. Now, also, when you were shown, or you were asked a series of questions by Mr. McAlpin about this weapon, correct?
The Ruger?
Yes.
Yes.
And you were asked questions about how to load bullets, how you put the bullets into the gun, correct?
Correct.
How you use the slide,
Correct.
correct? And one of the questions he asked you was, in order to get the bullet in the chamber, you have to pull the slide back, correct?
Correct, and then release it.
Okay. And when you retrieved that gun, there were bullets in the chamber there, but there wasn't one in the slide.
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember whether the slide was open or closed?
As I recall, it was made safe, so the slide would have, as I recall, the slide was back.
Okay. But you weren't at the crime, you weren't at the scene of any of this, and you couldn't tell the jury how that gun was at the time of the shooting or shortly thereafter?
No, sir, it was sitting on, I believe it's a coffee table or a table right inside the kitchen area there.
Okay.
It was rendered safe.
Now, part of what you did when you secured the crime scene is you started talking to the other officers that were there,
Correct.
correct? And at some point you found out that Ms. Daniels had been shot with a non-lethal, or non-lethal force had been used.
Correct.
Okay. You also found out that she had made attempts to, or point a gun at her chest, head, or mouth, correct?
That was the information given to me.
Okay. And in your training, you all are trained as officers to, you have a continuum of deadly force training, correct?
We have a force continuum.
Force continuum.
Yes.
And from, on one extreme is less lethal force,
Correct.
all the way to the other extreme of deadly force.
Correct.
And it's based on the situation, the officers are trained to use their instinct, their observations, as to what type of force is to be used, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, you found out, or you came to know that the least lethal force had been used,
Correct.
that at some point they attempted less lethal force, that the gun had misfired.
I believe they had one shotgun that misfired twice.
Another rifle was obtained.
Another shotgun.
And another shot was taken.
Yes, sir.
Okay. going back to your interview with Miss Perry at the time,
Okay.
Tabitha Perry.
Yes.
You also found out that she had been shot,
Correct.
and you also found out that she didn't believe Miss Daniels had tried to shoot her.
I don't recall that. I recall Mrs. Perry telling me that she tried to cover her husband to protect him, and that the defendant shot her. I don't recall her saying she didn't think that Miss Daniels had shot her.
Talking to have a minute, right?
I don't recall that. Your Honor, may I have some water? Thank you, ma'am.
While she locates that for me, or did you want to take a minute?
No, I'm fine.
You also learned that during this exchange between Miss Daniels at the end, right before the shooting, or shortly after the shooting, that she made the statement, "He broke my heart. He broke my heart."
Yes, sir, that was put in my affidavit. Yes, sir.
I can proceed with.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just take a minute.
Sure.
to review that. I know it's been a while since you,
6 years.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You had a chance, Lieutenant Roberts, to refresh your recollection. And so I'll ask the question again. When you were questioning Ms. Perry, you found out that she didn't believe Ms. Daniels was trying to shoot her, correct?
I believe she was trying to shoot her husband again.
And not her?
Correct.
Correct. I can have it. I'll pass it with you.
Rita, I'm ready.
No question.
Okay, you better sit down, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody need a break? Yours? Attorneys in the meeting, right? All right, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Detective Watts.
sir. Stand here. Just face the judge. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm to tell the whole truth? Yes, ma'am. All right, you may have a seat, sir. All right, you may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, this is Detective Jonathan, Jonathan, Watts, Watts,
And where are you employed?
with the Carterville Police Department,
And how long have you been with the Collierville Police Department?
just over 20 years.
And what positions have you held?
I started as a patrol officer and now as a detective in the Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. As a part of your duties, do you take pictures of crime scenes?
Yes, I do.
I want to take you back to April 4th of 2019. Do you recall taking pictures of a crime scene on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that crime scene on Elkstone Place in Collierville?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Is that an apartment complex?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what happened when you responded there?
I was asked to come help process the crime scene in regards to a shooting scene where 2 individuals had been shot.
When you say process, what does that all entail?
So for me that day was photographing the crime scene. Usually processing will be photographs and collecting evidence, things of that nature.
Okay. And where did you take pictures of?
Took pictures as we entered the apartment complex, the apartment where the incident occurred, and where the suspect's vehicle was in the parking lot.
Okay. I'm going to pass you some pictures, Detective Watts. If you could just take a look at these.
Yes, ma'am.
And after you look at them, if you could tell us if you recognize those pictures.
Yes, ma'am.
And do those pictures accurately depict the scene at the time you responded?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And are those the pictures that,
Can you speak up?
yes.
All right, thank you.
So do those pictures accurately depict the scene when you responded?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those the pictures that you took of the scene?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Your Honor, if we could have these photos of the crime scene entered as a collective exhibit.
Any objection?
No, John.
All right. We'll show the photos from the crime scene, collective exhibit 12.
And Your Honor, once they are numbered, may I get published to the jury?
Yes.
Detective Watts, could you tell us what is in this photo?
So that is the identifying the 2 apartments that are upstairs in that apartment complex as you approach the building itself.
And what about this photo?
That would be the stairwell leading up to the 2 apartments upstairs.
Okay. So when you arrived at the apartment, at which apartment complex did you respond to? Was it the one on the right or the left?
So when you go upstairs, it's to the right.
Would you recall what's in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am. Those are photographs of the less lethal munitions.
Okay, the 12 gauges?
Yes.
Okay. And what do we see right here?
That would be the ends of those less lethal munitions.
Okay. So same evidence, just photographed from a different angle.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And what do we see in this photo?
That would be the entrance to the apartment number 205 where the incident occurred as it was seen on my arrival.
Okay. And do you see this area on the wall?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what that is?
That's blood.
And this picture right here?
Yes, ma'am. That's from the doorway entering into the apartment complex.
Okay. So just a close-up of the last picture we just saw.
Yes, ma'am.
And you see this area behind the door?
Yes,
What is-
ma'am.
What's on the wall right there?
There's blood there.
And this area that's kind of next to the rug on the right-hand side, do you know what's all in this area?
Yes, ma'am. There was some, like a shoe and some clothing and a lot of blood as well.
And what is this a photo of?
A photo of the handgun where it was laying.
Do you recall what brand of firearm that was?
I believe it was a Ruger handgun.
I believe this photo has already been admitted to evidence. But did you take this photo as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is this the same firearm that was found on the coffee table?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And could you read that serial number for us really quick?
Yes, it's 455-51219.
And what is this a picture of?
That's a picture of the magazine with
That-
with ammunition in it.
Okay. And was that also on the coffee table next to the Ruger?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What's shown next to placard 1?
That is a spent shell casing.
Okay. And was that the area that you previously described next to the shoe on the ground?
That was as soon as you enter into the apartment. It was right there. Yes, ma'am.
And what's next to placard 2?
It is another spent shell casing.
Okay. And where is this area? Is this near a wall?
But that was, I believe, behind the door. The open door, if you were to close it, it was behind the door.
Or behind the front door?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Placard 3, could you tell us what's shown in this?
That is a mangled round that had been fired.
Do you know what area of the home this was found in?
I believe that was right in front of the doors on the right there, where that heavy amount of blood was.
Placard 5,
That's a spent shell casing, or a spent round.
okay. And is that a door frame that it's next to?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that near the entrance of the home?
Yes, ma'am.
Placard 6, what's shown here?
Is another spent shell casing.
And this was inside the home?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does this photograph show?
The suspect vehicle.
And if you could describe to us what kind of vehicle this is?
I believe a Toyota, silver in color or sedan.
And what about this?
That is also of the vehicle, just from the different angle.
Okay. Did you execute a search warrant on this vehicle, or did you just take pictures?
I just took pictures of it.
Okay. And so, once you took the photographs of the crime scene and the suspect vehicle, what did you do with them?
With the photos,
Yes.
I submitted them into evidence.
So did you do anything else pertaining to this investigation?
The evidence that was brought back, I photographed that in the lab, and then all the pictures were submitted.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, John. Good afternoon. Is it Detective Watts?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Detective Watts, I'm Arthur Horn. I just have a few questions. It may take me a minute. I'm a little challenged with this technology. But you were called to the scene after it had been secured, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And your job was solely to take pictures.
Yes, sir.
You didn't talk to any witnesses.
No, sir.
You didn't see anything the night of the shooting.
As far as what occurred in the, no,
Correct.
sir.
You weren't there when officers first arrived.
No, sir.
You didn't interview any witnesses.
No, sir.
You strictly just took photographs.
Yes, sir.
You were just given an exhibit with all of the photographs that you had taken, correct?
It was many of the photographs, not all.
And you took photographs of the entire apartment, correct?
Correct.
I think I got it this time. Here it comes. Can y'all see that?
Yes, sir.
That was actually one of the bedrooms.
Correct.
Correct? Was that the guest bedroom?
I'm not sure if it's a guest bedroom. It's a bedroom inside the residence, yes.
Okay. That was one of the photographs you took.
Correct. Yes, sir.
That was the sort of living room area in that apartment, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And right here on the table was the gun that had been cleared.
Correct. Yes, sir.
You photographed it after it had been cleared, but you didn't photograph it after the initial shoot.
Correct.
So you wouldn't have known whether the slide was pulled back or not pulled back.
No, sir. It's photographed in the way it was found when I arrived.
Would that have helped you in any way in your job to know that?
As far as if it was cleared or if
the
it was,
slide had been pulled back or?
I mean, with them telling us it was cleared, it's going to be pulled back and locked out.
Okay. You also photographed another weapon, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And as far as you knew, that was the weapon of the homeowners?
Yes, sir. It was in the other bedroom under the nightstand.
Okay. And that was the weapon you photographed?
Correct. Yes, sir.
This was also another view of that living area. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you took a photograph of that?
Yes, sir.
This is the doorway. Is that where they came in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you took a photograph of that, and the doorway entered right into the kitchen area, is that correct?
Correct. There's kind of a small hallway straight into the kitchen.
Okay. This would have been another photograph that you took of the living area from just a different angle.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Now, earlier when you testified about the weapon, is this where it was found?
Yes, sir.
That,
Yes, sir. That other one in the box. Mhm.
and then again, when you all photograph the weapons, you a lot of times try to get the serial number, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And in this particular case, you just photographed that it was a Glock 42.
That's just on that side. The serial number would have been either underneath or on the other side.
And then again, these were just the vehicles in the parking lot outside that apartment.
Correct.
So, again, just so we're clear, Your job in this particular case was to do nothing other than take photographs.
Yes, sir.
Nothing else was done. You didn't interview any witnesses. You didn't talk to any witnesses. You weren't there that night.
Correct.
And all you can add, other than today, is that you took the photographs.
Yes, sir.
So I can have them here. Oh, excuse me. If I could have you review those. I guess he's reviewed them, Your Honor.
Yes.
If I can move those into evidence.
Any objection?
There's not. I do want to take a look at one of them after they're covered.
No further questions.
All right, we'll show that it's collected exhibit, of the photos of the crime scene, number 13, second set of pictures. So, what's the second set of crime scene photos? State.
I have a couple more questions.
Yes.
So Detective Watts, I'm gonna go back to this photograph that you took of the other firearm. And you said that it was found underneath the nightstand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And as depicted here, it's in a box?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Excuse me, Ms. Whitney, if you could speak up.
Yes.
Like you're trying to reach the back of the room.
I'll repeat my question. So the firearm that you previously talked about that was in the bedroom, it was underneath the nightstand, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it was in a box, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is this the same firearm that was in that box underneath the nightstand?
Yes, ma'am. It is.
Okay. From your view of it, is it loaded?
At that point, I can't tell.
Okay. What are the two items on the right side of the firearm?
Magazines.
Okay, so they are not in the gun.
They are not in the gun.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Recross.
Just briefly, Your Honor. She just showed you a picture of that weapon with the clips on the side.
Yes, sir.
When you got to the scene, you weren't sure whether that gun had been cleared, correct?
The gun on the table?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And the gun under the nightstand?
Had not been cleared.
That had not been cleared?
No, sir.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to show you was, does that refresh your recollection as to the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
And was that where that weapon was found, under the nightstand in the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could have this picture moved into next.
We'll have the photo of the bedroom and the exhibit 14.
And no further questions, Your
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, sir.
Thank you.
Does anyone need a break? I think it's a good time to take a break, so we're gonna take about a 10-minute break, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We'll jump forward and recess for 10 minutes.
Go stand in brief recess here, leave your pens and pads in the chair, and follow me.
Do you need to address this?
I'm just gonna give everybody an update logistically. The owner of Thompson Sporting Goods North is always here. I've contacted Dr. Curry, asked her to be here at 2 o'clock. That's all I'm gonna have. We'll have one logistic.
We'll come back in 10 minutes.
Hey, SD surf girl, my super girl. My SD super girl. You want to talk? You want me to drop the link, boo? You got some things you want to say? Jill, if you hear me, I know you lurking. Thank you, boo. Okay, let me get the link out here. We gonna have it. Are they going on break or lunch? I don't even know. You meant no. You don't want to drop the link, girl. What you want to talk about? What you want me to talk about? Or what you need me to say? Gosh, we got a wig that's wigging. And we had a hair that, I don't know, it looked like mop. Hey, I'm just saying. Okay, it's just a 10-minute break. Thank you, Stacy. I was in the background kind of doing some things because I was listening. I looked up and I seen this hair and I said, whoa. I said, all right. I don't know. It looked like a mop to me. I think some people will say Dumb and Dumber. That don't look like the guy from Dumb and Dumber. I can't remember his name. I don't know, Jim. Well, I don't think the Jim Carrey one, but had the little hair like that, the little mop thing. Woo! Ooh, wee. So we got her in the store getting the we know she went in there to buy it, right? She said, hey, let me hold that right there. Give me a whole bunch of bullets. I got some things that I need to do. And I need to do them right away. I got some things that I need to do, and I need to do them right away. Okay, let me. You said, I'm surprised she turned slightly to the left. Are you talking about the wife or are you talking about the side chick? Oh, she got to testify. She got to get up there and testify, Cynthia, and she's going to testify. And she has attended the Take It to Trial cry class, guys. If you know anybody that needs to sign up, please let me know. We do offer hours after court where at Take It to Trial, us in the chat, we will explain to them where they need to cry at different moments throughout the trial, especially if they're planning on testifying, like in her behalf. So yes, while she's over at the defense table and the opening statements were being done, she cried on cue. She took the class and she passed. So I think that she'll do exceptionally well on the stand, guys. She will testify because she's going to be able to cry and be able to get it where it's believable. Hey, Barb, welcome back. We just on break. Okay. So, y'all know earlier before court started, we were reading our ethical Schluty? I don't know. Ethical slut book. Whatever. So, you know, they got values and ethics as a chapter. I'm going to actually show y'all the chapters, and y'all can tell me which ones we must go through. We have now started to Take It to Trial book club. So anybody that we have a book that we need to go through, please notify me. The first book that we gonna go through is the one from our good old pastor, right? The pastor was throwing it out to all his women in the congregation. And he even started his own book club to make sure this book is out here in the open. So shout out to the author of The Ethical Slut. We have, yeah, absolutely. It's the book club that we do more than just read books. Yay! We almost there. I know. We got to have us a party. I tell you, they going to make us where we can't have our Christmas. We're going to have a Christmas party and a 10K party all in the same time the way we going. Yeah, we going to read this book. This way we can understand exactly how to be an appropriate ethical slut. Like, and this is for men and women, guys. So this is just not a woman thing. Like, men can participate in this too. Okay? Yeah, so we have a values and ethics chapter. We got slut skills chapter that we definitely must cover because you got to know the skills to be a slut, right? You got to have the skills. We got slut styles for our chapter 7. And chapter 8 is just enjoying that sex. Yeah, we need a book. We need an emoji for our book club. And then we have our boundaries chapter that we definitely have to cover. And then we got a chapter on money. You know, we got to make sure the money. We got a jealousy chapter because we got to make sure, you know, nobody jealous. Like, you can't be one time and I want time and she want time and he want time and all of that. No. Sharing is caring. Remember, ladies, sharing is caring. We have a love chapter. We have a conflict chapter. And we have an agreements chapter. We have a health chapter. We want to make sure everybody stay healthy as we're, you know, doing this relationship. And we also have let's have some babies chapter. Oh, wow. We have group SEX chapter. We have public SEX chapter. We have and we got a chapter on how you find the partners. Oh, this pastor was really like, oh, he was real. He was, oh. He was freaky. Yeah, you heard me right. This book got it all, baby. Y'all know they be talking about they want to, you know, a freak behind the doors with a lady in the street, you know, something like that. This pastor was not playing at all. He wanted all his women to know, and that's why he got this. It's like our culture tells us that I don't know what's a good word for me to say for sluts. Oh, he was a freak. What word can I say for sluts that we'll be okay with? Sloth? That sounds like a bug. Okay. Woo. So it says our culture tells us that sloths are evil, uncaring, not moral, destructive. They are Jezebels, Casanovas, Don Juans. Watch out. Not a destructive Jezebel. Casanovas. A skank. We have rarely observed any Jezebels or Casanovas in our community. So they don't have no Jezebels and Casanovas in this sloth community. But perhaps it's not very satisfying for a thief to steal what is freely given. We do not worry about being robbed with our sex desires or values by the people we share pleasure with. Sinful. Some people base their sense on ethics on what God or the church or what their parents or culture considers to be okay and not okay. Okay, I won't get into the God thing. I guess this is where the pastor was getting it off. Right? Pay your tithes, baby. Pay your tithes. Addicted. More recently, we hear about sex addicts and avoidance of intimacy. Sex addiction is usually defined as a substitution for sex nourishment. Oh, we definitely got to go into the myths about the sloths. Mm. Okay. They got about, how many myths do we got? 4, 5, 6. I mean, look, in all honesty, like polygamous relationships are, no, right? Polygamous relationships are becoming more the new norm. I mean, just to be honest with everybody, like, I know it before it was like really like frowned upon, but I think now that people are starting to be more into this type of stuff with, they even got the shows. I mean, y'all see, I don't know if y'all seen that one, the Sister Wives show, where he got like 7 or 8 wives, and I don't even know what that man doing. Like, I don't even know how he keep them all, but he got like 7 or 8 wives, and they all happy with each other until they were not happy, right? But and I think don't get me wrong, because I know different faiths allow you to have multiple wives. So I don't know. So I guess that, I think when we thinking about monogamy, just so everybody knows, like, I think monogamous relationships, you say they all a hot mess. Yeah, but but what I'm saying is that in some people's minds, monogamy may be a little bit overrated depending on where you at in your life and what you're trying to do. Like, you get some old school people and monogamous is all they know. The new age, right? You know, we getting more where people want multiple wives, multiple men, multiple everything. So I totally get it, you know, and we, you know, some of us may still be in that same mindset, and then some of us can be, you know, where it depends on what the polygamy is about, or I mean, because if it's a greater good versus like maybe, I don't know. I think that is different ways that I just think that more people are in open relationships than what they really think. Right? And yes. He was, yes, OnlyFans. I totally agree with that. But I think that, you know, he wanted to be in an open relationship. He just he didn't have the right people to have it. And that's why he was giving these women this book to read. I'm just saying, as we go through and we read about the ethical sloth, or whatever we calling it, as we read about how they become ethical sleuths or sluts or whatever we gonna call it, I just want y'all to keep an open mind on how like things are just changing, right? Yeah. So just so people will know, like, and oh, you don't believe that Sharon is not Karen? Well, you know. I don't know. I guess. I must have said something wrong. Let me see. I'm getting an audio message. Sorry, guys. I have to raise to listen. Sleuths. Oh, we gonna call them sleuths? Okay, we gonna call them sleuths. I didn't know we was calling them sleuths, sloths, sluts, sleuths. We calling them sleuths. They say they can't. You married? They say TYK, you're married? They can't believe it. Yeah, OnlyFans, right? If you mutually, like you, I mean, like you can't do it and the other person is not with it. I think that if they like it, I love it. Right? If that's something that they want to do, you know, that's when you get like the swingers and everything into it. And if you like it, I love it. I don't judge anybody for what they do behind closed doors. You only got one life to live. And if you want to live your life from swinging from the chandelier, baby, do it. I just know that I will fall. That's all. I mean, just for them to be free, you know, I mean, in all honesty, guys, like in some ways, you know, just to keep it all the way funky, you know, like, you know, because, you know, I'm about as real as I'm probably going to be, right? Sometimes. In a way, for people to step out of that comfort zone and know that that's what they want in regards to their lifestyle is what I'm going to call it. I kind of admire it. To have the courage and say, this is what, only when everybody knows. Now, when you're doing all this stuff that the pastor was doing, throwing around books and stuff, but for people that want to actually do that, and that's what their experience is, and that's how they want to get down, I'm good with it. I think that that's awesome. You know, like for people that just actually have the courage to do whatever they want, you know, whatever they comfortable with, what makes them happy, right? Long as everybody on the same page with it, that's fine. So yeah, like I said, I kind of, yeah, I kind of admire people that kind of step out of the box and do different things. For a long time when I was younger, I used to wonder how people had the courage to get up and relocate. Yeah, I mean, it's not for everybody, but some people it's for. And that's okay. It may not be the norm that we're used to, but I don't want to be so judgmental. I don't want to judge people that are into that. Like I said, I kind of admire it that they don't care what you want to do, how you want to do it. This is what we gonna do over here. No matter what society thinks, whatever the norm is, and we only know it as the norm is because we were told that's how we were supposed to be. That's what we were presented. That's what we have learned. But what if it was never like that and we didn't know and it was always a whole bunch of people sharing? Just what if? Like a lot of things that we stand on and do is because of what we learned, what we taught, what we were sent, what we saw. So if we would have saw this would be okay. And then people in a relationship, just two people, that would be weird. So kind of like the vice versa. Right? Just a thought. Okay, whatever, SD. Don't tell me to talk and then rush me back into no doggone court. All right, yeah, we going back into court. Yes, we will be back in court. Here you go, boo.
State, you may call your next witness.
I'm gonna call Ray Palladino.
Come on with, sir. Come this way. Come on with me, sir. We'll stand here.
Yes, sir.
Face the judge. Raise your right hand.
You swear and affirm to tell the whole truth.
I do.
All right, you may have a seat, sir. Proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Sure. Raymond, Raymond, last name Palladino, Palladino.
You live in Memphis, Mr. Palladino?
I do not.
Where do you live?
I live in Cabot, Arkansas.
What is your occupation?
I am the general manager of Fort Thompson Sporting Goods in Sherwood, Arkansas.
And how far is Sherwood, Arkansas from Memphis, Tennessee?
Depending on Interstate 40, roughly 2.5 hours.
You drove it this morning?
I did, yes, sir.
Thanks for being here for
Sure.
it. Tell me about Fort Thompson Sporting Goods. What kind of store is that?
Well, we do a lot of hunting. We sell a lot of hunting stuff, firearms. We do the shooting sports stuff. No fishing, but mainly just the hunting and the
So hunting
shooting
clothes,
sports.
anything
betcha.
to do with hunting?
You betcha.
Okay.
Firearms, ammo, yeah, everything.
Tell me a little bit about kind of the process you have to do to keep records when you sell a firearm to someone.
So when you sell a firearm, you do a background check. It's called a 4473. That's just a number they give it. We have to keep those sheets in our possession as long as we have that FFL number, which means your federal firearms license number. So we have thousands of them.
So someone would have to provide you some suitable form of identification before they could purchase a firearm from you?
Correct. It has to be a state-issued photo ID.
Do you recall being contacted by Detective Chris Roberts from the Collierville Police Department sometime early April of 2019?
I do, yes,
And
sir.
what was he asking you about?
He was asking when she came in, the firearm she had purchased, did we have video in the store, which we did, and we do. And if he could have copies of that and come pick it up from us.
And so I think you already answered my question. You do have video in the store.
Oh, yes, yes, sir.
Were you able to locate the sale that he was inquiring about?
Yes, sir.
Did you provide him a receipt?
Yes,
That
sir.
was
Yes.
from that purchase? Did you provide him the video of the individual who purchased the firearm that he was inquiring about?
We did, yes, sir.
Let me hand you, this has previously been marked as Exhibit 7. I just want to ask you if that is the receipt that you in fact gave to Detective Roberts.
That is it.
And so that receipt shows a lot of things, doesn't it?
Correct, yes, sir.
It shows the individual who purchased it.
Correct.
It shows the date and time they purchased it,
It does.
which was what?
That was 4/4/19. The time was 4:37 p.m.
And it shows who purchased it.
Correct.
What was the name of the individual that purchased it?
Latoshia Daniels?
And does it also show anything specific about that handgun?
Well, they'll tell you the model and the serial number on our receipts.
Tell me about a serial number. What is that?
So every firearm has a serial number, and there is never supposed to be a duplicate. So if this is a number, it's that firearm, and it can be traced forever.
Look at that. I'm going to hand you what's also been previously marked in exhibit and ask you to look in that box and identify that.
That is a Ruger EC9S 9mm.
Can you tell me, with both the receipt and the firearm in your hand, if that is the firearm that was sold by that receipt?
I can. We turn it over here so you don't ever point a firearm. There it is right there. This is it, yes, sir.
So you can confirm based on that information that Latoshia Daniels purchased that firearm on April the 4th of 2019 at 4:37 p.m. from your store in Sherwood, Arkansas?
Correct, 100%.
One more thing I want you to look at. When Detective Roberts initially contacted you, did you take some still shots from your store video surveillance system?
Correct. Our IT gentleman did, Steve.
And is that one of the still shots that you provided to Detective Roberts?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what you're looking at, it's already been published, but that did come from your store at that time.
100%, yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Palladino.
Good afternoon.
Had to make sure.
Yes.
I just have a couple questions for you, okay? This 4473 that you talked about, can you tell me a little bit more about what that is?
So what it is the background check. First of all, you have to have a state picture ID issued. You fill out the background check. We run it through, it's called a NIC system, all right, which is a National Tracing Center background check. And you get proceeded, or you may get delayed, or you may get denied, or what have you. And if you're proceeded, that means you are legally to buy a firearm in our state of Arkansas.
And that means no felony convictions, no domestic violence convictions, things like that?
Correct. There's a number of questions on that sheet that you have to answer yes or no to, and it's very well detailed.
Now, with it being very well detailed and having to go through this process, how long does that process normally take in store?
So it normally takes the customer roughly 7, 8, sometimes a little longer to fill out the sheet. We immediately sit down at the computer and put it in the database. Now, a lot of times you'll see common last names, Smith, Brown, Johnson. You know, it may take a little longer for that to clear
Daniels.
because there's a lot of us, So, but there's some that come back instant. Some may take 10, 15, 20. I've seen it take an hour, hour and a half to come back.
And you didn't actually help Miss Daniels in the store that day, right?
I did not.
So you don't know how long her background check took?
I don't.
But based on what you saw in the video, you see that she got proceeded,
Yes, 100%. Yes, ma'am.
which means she provided your store a state-issued ID,
Uh-huh.
and she passed a background check.
That's right. Yes, ma'am.
So she was authorized to purchase a firearm.
Correct.
Now, I want to talk to you about your store for just a second, okay? You have a wide variety of firearms.
We do. Yes, ma'am.
You have handguns,
We do.
you have long guns,
We do.
everything from teeny tiny little, those little itty bitty guns that you see,
Yes.
all the way up to rifles.
Yes, you bet. Yes, ma'am.
And is it fair to say that guns vary widely in size?
Yes, they do.
Is it fair to say that guns vary widely in weight?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that guns vary widely in price?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Guns can be really
They
expensive.
can get very expensive.
What do you think is the most expensive gun that you have in the store?
Probably now, roughly, and I could be off, but we have a Beretta shotgun in there that's around $6,000.
Whoa. What do you think is the least expensive gun that you have in there?
We have probably a .22 revolver that ranges in the close to 2 upper ones.
Okay, and the .22, that's gonna be typically less expensive than a 9mm.
Correct, in most cases, yes, ma'am. Not all, but most.
9mm, what do they usually start around?
Roughly mid-2s, and you can go up to $4,000 or $5,000 depending on if it's a custom.
And when you have them displayed in your store, do you have them up on the wall or do you have them in a case?
But they're on the wall.
Okay, and so you have the gun itself and the price.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
So when you're shopping, if you said, I want a gun this much money, you could pick that out on the wall.
Yeah, I may ask, what are you looking for and what kind of price range, and then we can go from there.
Do you recall having that gun in stock? Do you still have it in stock?
That one, I think we still have some. The model's kind of switched up over the years, but yeah.
Do you recall having a purple version of that?
We have had a purple, yes.
And the purple version was more expensive than that one, right?
It maybe was somewhat, yes.
Now the receipt, I want to talk to you about that quickly. I think you've still got it up there.
Mm-hmm.
The time you indicated was at 4:37 p.m.
Correct.
And all of the information that you have on that receipt matches Miss Daniels, right? She didn't give a false ID or anything
No,
like
ma'am.
that. And that's 4:37 p.m. Central Time.
Central Standard Time, yes.
And it took you about 2.5 hours to get down to 201 Poplar today.
Roughly, yes, ma'am.
Okay. About that particular gun, if you would mind opening it up
Sure.
for me. When we talked about the fact that guns vary significantly in size and weight,
Correct.
if you wouldn't mind just picking that one up.
Mm-hmm.
That is a smaller handgun, right?
Correct.
It is a lighter handgun.
Correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
No, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
your lunch is almost here, so we're gonna take a break for lunch, and then we'll reconvene this afternoon. So I'm gonna show you excuse for lunch. We're still not ready to discuss the case, okay? So, we'll see you back this afternoon. All right, show court in recess.
Court stands in recess. Jury, leave your pen and pads in the chair and follow me.
I know you're not talking about, oh, good, let's all talk. It's the same person putting messages in the chat talk about his court back in session. Boy, oh boy, SD Supergirl. Yeah, I have to put some things in there to see some surveys to see where we're at far as this case goes. Like, are we feeling guilty, not guilty? What are we doing? What are we thinking here? So far, so good. We don't have any TiVo time. So just so y'all know, they are on a lunch break. I didn't hear what time they were coming back from the lunch break, but we'll, Okay, so we all think that she's guilty, right? We know that she's guilty. I don't think she's fighting that part. But I think what remains to be determined is how guilty is she? What level of guilty is she? Is she level 1 guilty, level 2 guilty, level 3 guilty? Level 3 guilty would be the worst of the worst. Level 2 guilty would be like mid. Let's give you a sentencing time. Level 1 guilty would be like, yeah, not a lot at all. You guilty because you did it, but I don't think you should be thrown up under the jail. I'm getting a lot of 3s in here. Hey, Jay. Say she should have just moved on. Gosh. And then I don't want nobody to think like I mean, I'm telling you, like, y'all, you think it's premeditated too? I don't think she went there to do that. I don't think she went there to unalive him. I think she went there to plead her case to be still in his life, right? I think that when they sat down, she like I said, she seen the wife and she seen the pictures. She seen how nice the house was looking. And then he came in and he was popping at the mouth, acting like she was a nobody. God, that gotta be so demeaning. You can't, when you emotional, you can't rationalize. But she put herself in that situation. Right? She put herself in that situation in order to be exposed to that. So I guess that would be my thing. You say she level dumb guilty? Yeah, I think when she got there, it was a lot of things that just triggered her, but she shouldn't have put herself in that situation. Yeah, Marilda, right? I just think that I don't know. I just know. I don't know. I guess maybe everybody in here some soldiers. I'm gonna call y'all all some soldiers. I don't say it's not. I don't say um because your feelings get hurt or your emotions. I just feel sorry for people, and y'all can excuse me, and y'all can take it how y'all like it. I feel sorry for people that don't have the ability to rationalize when they get that emotional. And let me step a little bit further for you. I've been in relationships and in situations where I have been so emotional that I was just like, I could do that, right? But fortunately, I'm able to have the ability somewhere in my mind. Some screw is working appropriately to assist me to get out of that space, right? Right. So some people just don't have that. And that's because some kind of, for me, honestly, like when it comes to matters of the heart, I think because some kind of chemical imbalance, even for when people are, when they want to redrum themselves, right? Because if everybody in this chat gonna act like they never wanted to jump off a cliff, not to say that, I mean, you didn't do it, but you had the thought, but it's something in your chemical balance in your mindset that keeps you from jumping off the cliff. But some people don't have that, right? So yeah, I feel kind of bad that these people don't have that because it causes them to do things that they shouldn't do. So I feel bad that they be putting themselves in that situation. No. I'm not saying it's mental health. What I'm saying is that when somebody gets so emotional, like so overwhelmed in different situations, whether it's this or whether it's any kind of like snap out moment, right? I'm just talking about in any situation that people can be in that they make a poor decision. It's sad sometimes to me, sad to me sometimes that they couldn't find a reasoning, or they don't have the, or maybe I'm just the only person out here that feel that way. I don't know, but let's see. Yeah, Baca. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess because they was all supposed to. He said that they was gonna live in harmony. Well, I don't know about that, Dr. Rachel. She said it wasn't like he walked in on him with someone else. She had time to process it and think about it. I don't know. It depends on which way you look at it, because it's to my understanding, when the wife was there, they was sitting down, they was cool. I don't think that at that point in time she was thinking about it. I think that when he came in and he started dissing her in front of the wife, like showing his clear path of irritation, like she was nothing, like scum of the earth. Depending on whose story we believe in, because remember, they saying that she went and met him at the cigar bar, and he told her to go to the house. Well, now it depends on what part you want to believe, because they said she bought the pew pew to unalive herself. And while she was on her way to her special place, she said, if I could just see him one more time, I could convince him that I will be a dutiful side chick, that I will do my job and he can sleep with whoever he wants to sleep with and do what he wants. So she met him at the cigar bar. And he was like, look, we gonna tell her. I'm gonna tell her. You go tell her. And then she was like, well, no, we need to tell her together. And he was like, cool. Here go the address. You go there. I'll be there shortly. And so her claim is that when he got there, he was irritated. Well, I define premeditated as if, okay, now if you want to say the split second premeditated, then I got you. Yeah, right. Because it only takes a split second. I don't know if she drove down there with the intentions. No, she didn't accidentally pull it out. I think that people have the MO that she it depends on what story you want to believe. Sure. I don't know. If you choose to believe her story, it wasn't premeditated from Arkansas, right? But if you want to believe the state's theory, it was premeditated for 2 hours. So it just depends on which way. I think either way is probably if we're talking about the split second of premeditation, then yeah, I'm with you right there. Because she had a split second to dig down in her pocket and say, and they say it only have to be a split second. It doesn't have to be hours. It doesn't have to be days. SD says she doesn't believe her at all. Well, see, Jay, side dudes, they don't care. They care, but side dudes is, they a whole different, they don't care. They getting it. They getting it without having to do much or be much. This is just a woe thing. Like they don't, oh gosh, yeah. You can't compare side dudes to side women because most men don't get emotionally invested. They be happy. They be sitting right there. She can call her husband, her boyfriend, and he be laying right there. He'll lay right there. Like, here, I'll dial the number for you. I don't want no troubles at home. Look, I don't want no troubles at home. Yeah, make sure you can go right home because as soon as she leave, he'll be out doing his 1-2 with the next one. So no, it's not the same. It's not the same. He was slanging that. Yes, he was. He was, Jay. He was slanging it. He definitely was. Yeah, she was so gone. When he told her, when they said that he told her, when I come to the hotel room, you have to be bucket naked. When you see me, don't walk up to me. Like that was too many rules. Like you wasn't even entered to the main spot. Like good grief, he ain't even gonna acknowledge you. I don't know what they call a side chick up under a side chick, but that don't even sound like a side chick. That sounds like maybe a booty call. I don't know if that's a side chick. He knew how to use those braces. Oh gosh. I don't know. That might hurt. Shoot. OnlyFans. That may not be a good thing. But he definitely had the gift of gab for him because they was gone. Well, she was gone. Oh goodness. Like, could you imagine in there talking to the pastor and talking to him about your divorce? Because remember, allegedly, she was talking to him about her divorce. She was going through some counseling with the pastor, and the pastor started kissing her on her forehead and stuff and said, baby, it's going to be okay. The real soft kisses. The real soft kisses. Baby, it's going to be okay. It's okay. I got you. We going to get through this. Amen. Praise the Lord. Jesus' name. All right. Soft kisses, y'all. Y'all see that? The soft kiss, like it was real soft. Boy, oh boy. And she melted. Oh, yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hit her right where it, and then after you on a rebound. You on the rebound, right? Because she going through this divorce with her husband. You know, another man paying attention to her. She like, oh. And it's coming from the pastor. Like the pastor. The pastor. Hey, LaFord girl, what's going on? Not that it makes it okay to say this chat that he was not attractive at all. I'm telling you, like, it don't. He ran game. He ran game. Sometimes you don't have to be attractive at all. He was the pastor. He was the head of the church. Like, just his ego, his what is it? His personality, like his influence over a room, that could be attractive to a woman versus to just the way he looked, right? You say you don't know where I got Nelly from. It was the one picture where he was laying down and he was like, he was FaceTiming himself, and I didn't know he had braces at the time, and it looked like a gold grill. And all I could think of, yeah, he looked like Nelly in that screenshot. I'm gonna have to find it for you, LaFord girl. I mean, now all the other shots, he did not look like Nelly. I came back. If you finish listening to the feed, and I said, no, like Matumbo. I said, no. Okay. It was just in that moment, in that flash. Yes, I think that it was maybe his thing. You say it's like, I know, Jay. Tell him. It worked every time. You know how to get him, right, Jay? The pastor was in there like hitting it right up. Baby, I got you. Hey, hit her with the forehead kisses, and she was like, oh. Hey, he could have got me with the forehead kisses. The forehead kisses is something serious. So y'all know, ladies out there, beware. If he hitting you with the forehead kisses, you better sit back and you better think, because it's probably a game. It's probably a game. He pulling out all the stops to make you think that he is so sweet. You said, do they still brew Code 45? I don't know. I don't know. I have no clue. I'm telling you. God, this book got it all. It got about the SEX workers. Diddy should have gave this to his people. Oh, Barbara, don't go crazy. Wait a minute. I forgot I can't mention his name. Lord. Let me see. Faithfulness, limit setting. They got it all the way planned out in this book. I mean, it's so planned out. Anything that you think that you don't know about the ethical sleuth, they got it in here. Let's see. Let's see which one we should do. Let me see what I got in here. I mean, me ain't gonna be giving this book out to everybody. I probably shouldn't be seeing this book on here because I don't want men to be taking this home to their significant other. Talk about read this book, babe. Read this book. All right, go ahead and read that. It's the new thing out here. Look at this. I'm not even gonna read this, but look at this, y'all. I don't know what it said, but I'm gonna show it to y'all. Okay, let me see. How do I hide that? Let me see. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know. So y'all hear this? Y'all see the do's and the don't? Or how to be this person? It say arrange your own transportation. Don't be depriving the partner. Y'all see this? Can y'all read this? It said don't get the lovers. I don't even know what that is. Are y'all reading the do's and the don'ts? Y'all see this? Don't do it loudly and enthusiastically within your lover's hearing. Don't wander off with your lover, leaving your partner to make conversation with your lover's spouse. Are y'all listening to these do's and don'ts? Because y'all gonna go out here and mess this right on up. And this is what the pastor had a problem with because you don't listen. I'm gonna do a test on this. It say you must refrain from all this activity until your lover is finished cooking and serving dinner. I don't know. This sounds like an obedience book. This is what the good pastor wanted everybody to know. And most importantly, ladies, don't tell your lover more than what your lover wants to know. They don't want to hear that mess. Don't regard it was just a good as an adequate excuse of coming home late without calling. They say don't even expect to like your partner's lovers. And please don't expect that you're going to get some when he get home, right? Or when they get home, because wow. Oh, whoa. I don't know. I'm pretty sure he did make some money off this book. I'm gonna put the link to the book in the chat. I mean, in the description box, in just case anybody needs the book in order to share. Share with anybody. Yeah, he was. He was a piece of work, Cynthia. I just read your comment, but yeah, I think that I think in some way she probably wanted to believe him, and that's probably why she didn't go tell the wife or anything. Not sure, not sure, not sure. But he gave everybody the book. He told them that this is what he wanted, this is what he wanted to do. And then he started making all them videos about himself. I don't know. He started a book club. I can't believe he gave this book to them. He gave this to her and the wife, Cynthia. But the wife said it was a hard no with her. Yeah, only fan. Okay. Leon, they wondering what you laughing at. Yeah, and see, that's the thing. Like, it depends on what part you want to believe. I mean, I'm not saying that anything that she did is excusable. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I don't want anybody to lose their life over something. When all she had to do was be away from him, get another one dropped on her forehead, and she would have been okay. The best rule of advice for anybody that's going through that stuff is, the best way to get over somebody is to get up under somebody else. And that's all she had to do. You say he was overly, I don't know. He was dropping it off. He was doing it off. He was dropping like little Duval say. He was dropping it off. If y'all know little Duval, y'all may not know little Duval, but he was dropping it off. Yeah, he gave it to his wife and told her to read that book too. He said, y'all all read this book and get on board. This is what the pastor wants. This is what the good pastor wants now. I want all you women to be on board. And this is after he didn't probably did his weave of lies. So, you weave all these lies, and then you get people caught up in all your stories and all your the feelings and things like that. And then he decided that, now, I want to move on. No, this was not his first time. You said he had 8 women? SD said he had like 8 women. Gee whiz. That is too much time. Like, who wants to be bothered with all of that? They have been married for like 5 years, Baca. Like, who want to be bothered with all that, them different attitudes and different, I mean, just as a woman, like, who wants to be bothered? I mean, I don't even want to be bothered with me 24/7, 7 days a week, but I have to, but I can't even imagine you dealing with almost 7 of me. He has a Subway Friday plan. Ain't only $8 per time. I don't know, but he was definitely big. You say the wife looks older than him? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure of her age, but I do know that. Yeah. Yeah, I think she do have kids. The young lady that's on trial, I think she do got kids. From my understanding, I think he was 35. Yeah, I think he was 35. You say she should have just went to the wife? She didn't go to the wife because she was trying to make sure that her relationship with him was going to stay okay. That's why she didn't go to the wife, because she probably thought, especially if he had the control over her like they are portraying, where, you know, how she had to be in the hotel room, and also, you know, how she needed to approach him. And then they said later in the relationship, she had to refer to him and answer him, yes, sir, no, sir. She wasn't going to the wife to say anything to rock the boat, because she wanted to stay a part of his life in any way, shape, form, or fashion that she could stay a part of. And she didn't want to jeopardize that by telling the wife. Yeah. He was 36, yeah. So that's why she didn't go to the wife. I know why that's why she didn't go to the wife. Mm-hmm. Speaking of the wife, let's listen to some. I stopped her testimony when they went back in court. I'm gonna pull it back up. I will put the book in the link for all you people that want to act like y'all don't want to know what's in the book, but do want to know what's in the book. I'm gonna put it in there, and that way you can secretly hit in the description box the ethical slut book, and go ahead and read it and give it out to who you need to give it out to in order to make things work. You ain't gotta tell me. I'm just gonna put it in the description box, and you can go in there on your own time and go ahead and get it. Then none of us will know. You ain't got to put it in the chat talk about, Sweet Pea, what's the name of that book again? No, you ain't got to be downplaying it. I'm just going to put it in the description for all those that need it. So let's listen to some more of the wife's testimony while we're on lunch break.
I guess it was one of those things where, you know, it's like, this is weird, but okay. You know, I knew that before we left Little Rock, we gave a lot of people our address. You know, a lot of people, you know, keep in contact, you know, give me your forwarding address, that type of thing. So I really didn't allow myself to really think past that. I just figured, oh, we must have given her our address.
So it wouldn't have been unusual for somebody from the church in Little Rock to know where you were in Memphis?
Wouldn't be unusual, no.
Did you ask her what she was doing?
Yeah, I asked her what she was doing there, and she said that she was in town for a conference.
So what'd y'all do after you
I invited her-
welcomed her in, and
Yeah.
and what happened then?
I invited her in, and we just sat on the couch and just kind of caught up. You know, how are you? What's going on? How are the kids? You know, have you been playing tennis? Stuff like that. Just really small talk.
Did you notify Mr. Perry that she was there?
I texted him, and I just, you know, gave like the big eyeballs, and I was like, I either said weird or strange or something like that. But I didn't go into detail to tell him what was going on or that she was there.
Did you ask him to come home if he was available to come home?
No, because I knew he was already on the way home.
Okay, so you had, I guess, had a conversation with him by phone, text, or something, and so you had an idea he was coming home.
Yeah.
Right. How long do you think that she was there prior to Mr. Perry getting home? Approximately. I mean, it's not 5 minutes, 30 minutes. I don't know.
If I had to guess, I would say maybe 10 minutes.
Okay.
I don't know.
And kind of describe what happened when Mr. Perry came in the door.
He came in, and he's like, I thought there was a surprise here for me. This isn't a surprise. This is an unexpected guest. You know, real agitated.
Did he seem to know that she would be there?
No, he didn't give away to me that he thought she would be there. So he said that, and then he was, you know, telling me about, he had brought me some aminos or something, and just regular small talk. And then he sat down and started basically grilling her about why she was there.
Okay. And how long did y'all continue to have conversation after that?
Yeah,
anything
but it
to
was,
eat, drink, anything like that?
I think they may have had bourbon. I didn't have any. I think that, I'm pretty sure he offered bourbon. Yeah.
How long would you say that she stayed?
After he got there.
After he got there.
Maybe another 10 minutes.
And what happened?
She said, well, I'm not going to keep you guys. I'm going to, head out or whatever. So we all got up to walk to the door, and I led, and she was behind me and he was behind her. And I walked to the door, and I'm just giving this little spiel about not speeding in the area, just making small talk as we go to the door. I open the door and I go out. We're on the second floor, and I'm like right at the steps when I turn back, and I'm like, okay, no one's behind me. And then I see her pull out her gun and start shooting.
Was she inside of the apartment or outside?
No, she was outside of the apartment, and he was like standing in the doorway, like in the threshold.
Had she ever, since she got there and you let her in, had she left the apartment to go back to her car or anything?
No.
So she had brought the gun in with her when she came into the apartment?
Yes.
So when she pulled the gun out, what happened next?
She started shooting. He hit the ground, and I started running toward him, and she told me, like, basically back off. So I stopped and I ran to the neighbor's door and I banged on the door, called 911. She went back into the apartment, so I went back into the apartment because I'm just trying to figure out what is going on. Like, why is this happening? So I'm, screaming naturally, why is this happening? What's happening? Why are you doing this?
So do you think your neighbor called 911 at that point?
One of them did. Somebody called.
When you got back into the apartment, did the defendant still have the gun in her hand?
Yes.
And what was going on then?
I guess at that point, I'm basically pleading, like, what's happening? Why are you doing this? Please leave, and she's, kind of pacing a little bit, with the gun. At some point, the gun was reloaded.
So she fired until she ran out of bullets?
Mm-hmm.
Were you ever shot?
I was shot.
Tell me about that. When did that happen? Where were you?
Well, at some point I got on the ground, and I can't remember if I got on the ground immediately, but I was on the ground and I was kind of hovering over him, kind of in my mind. I'm like, let me cover his head, so he doesn't get shot anymore. And, she was yelling at me to move, and I wouldn't move. So I got shot.
Where'd you get shot?
in the shoulder.
Tell me about those injuries. Where and how were you treated? What have you had to deal with since being shot?
So it went into the shoulder, it broke this bone, and so at the emergency room, they decided that they wouldn't remove the bullet because, sorry,
No, take your time.
they felt like it wasn't going to move, so they just didn't remove it. But when I got to Jacksonville, I know that's home, Florida. I went back home, and they noticed that the bullet had started moving. So the first doctor I went to was like, "This bullet is too close to your lung, so you know it's going to have to go." And I went to first I went to the orthopedic doctor, then I went to another doctor, and they decided to just remove it. And by the time it was removed, it was coming out of my back. So the bullet had punctured the skin and was poking out of my back. So I had to have it surgically removed.
So did that cause you a lot of pain the night you were shot?
Yes.
A lot of pain between being shot and having the bullet removed?
A lot of pain.
And then the surgery was also not comfortable, I'm guessing, as well?
Right. And then the shoulder is still broke on top of that. The bone here is, it was still broke the whole time. So there was the bone healing on top of the surgery and everything else.
Does it still cause you pain even today?
Sometimes, depending on what I'm doing, I'll get like a sharp pain.
There is, we've talked about this since, but, and I don't know, do you dispute the fact that Mr. Perry and the defendant were involved in a extramarital affair at the time this happened?
I don't now, no.
Prior to Mr. Perry's death, did you have any idea that the defendant and Mr. Perry were involved in any kind of an inappropriate relationship?
No.
Did Mr. Perry at any time have any conversation with you about he would like to have a relationship with Latoshia Daniels?
No.
Did he at any time have a conversation with you about he wanted to have a relationship with anyone other than you, a sexual relationship with anyone other than you?
One time he told me about a book that he wanted me to read.
Right.
That was about the extent of it.
Is a marriage where you would agree to allow your spouse to have a sexual relationship with somebody else, anything that you would ever agree to?
No,
And by saying that, does that mean you never agreed to that with Mr. Perry?
I did not.
And you had no idea anything like that was going on?
I did not.
When you were on the ground trying to protect Mr. Perry, and I think you testified to this, I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. Did you say that the defendant was telling you to move
Yes,
and you refused to move?
yes,
And that's when you were shot?
correct.
That's all.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. May I have just a moment to get check situated?
Yes.
Thank you. sorry, Chief. Please, I apologize if I defer to Perry because that was just what I've known you as. Please feel free to correct me, okay? I want to talk to you about some things regarding this case, okay? First, I want to talk about ethical non-monogamy. When you were on direct, you told Mr. McAlpin that there was a book he wanted you to read. That book was called The Ethical Slut.
I guess. I don't think I ever considered it enough to know the name, but I guess.
And that was something that he was interested in and brought to your attention.
Right. He told me about this book. Hey, I read this book. I think you should read it.
Did he tell you what it was about?
I think I've gathered what it was about. Yeah.
What did you gather it was about?
I gathered that it was about people who are in open marriages.
And is that something that you were interested in?
No.
Now, there was an ethical non-monogamy group that Brodus was in, right? His book club?
Right. Apparently so.
And did you know about the chat group that he had with 2 other women regarding that book?
Not at the time. This is something I learned about maybe 2 years after his death. I knew that he was in a book club. I didn't know what kind of book club it was. To know Brodus, to know that he's very, very much a nerd. I would say after he died, I probably gave away 1,000 books. So to say I'm in a book club didn't seem out of the ordinary to me.
So, did you know that he was on this, and this was on the Marco Polo app that he was talking to these women, right? Did you know that he was talking to people on that app?
I did know because I asked him, why are you always on this app? And he said, well, I'm in that book club. And instead of constantly typing back and forth, we just get on the video and chat about the books that we're reading.
And you saw him on there a lot.
Like, when you log on, you can see who else is on. So I'm like, why are you always on the app?
Did Brodus ever talk to you about bringing a watcher into your relationship?
No.
Did he ever talk to you about Ms. Daniels being a watcher in your relationship?
No.
Did he ever talk to you about wanting to have a girlfriend outside of having you as his wife?
No.
Did you select Ms. Daniels for Brodus to have a relationship?
No.
I'd like to show you some videos, okay? And it will be clips mostly. And then I'm going to ask you some questions about those clips, okay? And Your Honor, if you would please just allow me to sit when I'm doing the test stuff. Thank you.
Well, I am at a place now where I want to expand this ethical non-monogamy, and I just, your opinion matters to me because we are in this relationship. But at the same time, like I said from the outset, I want to be respectful, but I also want to let you know that, your opinion matters. But at the same time, I don't want you to put me in a box, right? Because while we talk about it in theory, this is now the practice part. And with a tab being perfectly fine with, the situation, because how I've handled and been honest and transparent and open with her with regard to this current relationship, me expanding it is not an issue for me. Basically, she told me, we can talk about it when you think it's worth talking about. But the way that you handle this, I'm fine with not trust your judgment because you haven't given me a reason not to. But
So this clip is him talking about Latasha not being okay with the ethical non-monogamy, and you being perfectly on board with it. Was that true?
No.
Did you believe that Brodus was being open and transparent and honest with you about his relationship with Latasha?
What relationship?
He wasn't being open with you about his relationship with Latasha, right? That there was a relationship at all.
Right.
He was not transparent about that.
There was nothing, to my knowledge, there was no relationship.
And you never said because he was so open and honest and transparent with you with his relationship with Latasha that you were okay with him then adding another girlfriend.
No.
That didn't ever happen.
No.
And photos aren't an issue at home, but I get it, but it ain't an issue. I have been though, so if we talking, let's switch subject and get a little more serious. You know, for me, our agreements have been simple, right? No exes, nobody from Jacksonville, Florida, which is home for us, and nobody in the city that you live in, that currently live in, which means anybody in Memphis. That was the case, of course, in Little Rock, out is in Little Rock. The way that kind of happened is, short version, when she decided to open up the marriage and allow me to be open inside her. Girlfriend is a therapist, right? And she didn't go to her for therapy, but she asked us some questions. And based on this therapy session she had with this other lady. And she was asking her some questions after she had just said, bro, is this what I'm gonna let you do? Blah, 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 blah. You know, it is what it is. And from there, she asked her some questions. And so she was like, I just got a couple questions for you. And, you know, they would go play tennis together. She was one of my life group leaders. And so we had rapport, we had rapport. And she asked a question and was like, yeah, blase, blase, I'm thinking about this. And what do you think about this? Or what do you think X, Y, and Z could potentially become? And I'm sorry, I'm looking to see who's in the cigar lounge because this is not what I really frequent that often. So I'm kind of careful about who potentially is in here because I don't want the glass all past them. You know, I really want to go in and go chill in the back. But when I remember, but yeah, I'm trying to make all the full in here now. But anyway, so the next thing that she shared with her was, you know my husband like you, right? Well, he thinks you're attractive. And she was like, what? He's like, yeah, I know what he likes. And he thinks you're attractive. Not that he's been rude or anything like that. We've had conversations. Well, you know, we did, because like one time we was sitting around having a watch. And she asked me, I was like, well, you got to get her. I ain't going to get it. I'm coming across this like this creepy guy, right? We're trying to spice things up. In that regard, even though that was even somewhat limited with the idea of somebody watching me, that's neither here nor there. But when the question came.
Just to pause it for a minute. In your relationship with Brodus, did you outline rules for him on being able to seek out a girlfriend in Jacksonville, knowing from where it was not true?
Not true.
Were you the one who initiated the conversation about Latasha?
Yeah.
Did you ever reach out to Latasha about Brodus engaging with her?
No.
Did he ever talk to you about wanting a watcher, as he described here?
No.
Did you ever agree to having a watcher as he discussed to you?
No.
Came up, it was her. Right there, she asked, well, who would you want? And that was the first thing I said. She's like, I know you like her. I know her. So anyway, so she said, like you know, blah, blah, blah. And she said, well, if you were interested, just, now I'm not saying that you are, but I'm also saying I've given him this X, Y, Z, and he may come your way. And she did. And she said, okay, cool. So we had a conversation. And after that, that's when the whole nobody in the city thing came up. It was more like, I'll give you a pass with her because I essentially gave it to alley. But nobody, nobody. So I'm trying to figure this. So fast forward, I said a whole lot of shit, right? Trying to get to that. So I've been thinking about the past couple of weeks in terms of expanding, my ethical non-monogamy is kind of so, right now we were chatting the other day, I was like, well, baby, I got a couple questions, I'm just curious, she knows about the group, everything like that. So I was like, when do you want to...
Just to ask a couple questions real quick. Did you ever have that conversation that he talks about with Latasha?
No.
Did you ever have that conversation that he talks about with him?
No.
Did you ever give him the XYZ that he was talking about?
No.
Did you ever give him a pass for Latasha?
No.
Did he ever talk to you about further expanding ethical monogamy in your relationship?
No.
No. Like, when do you want to know that there's someone who has my interest or someone who I would like to pursue? Do you want to know the moment that I feel like it's more than just banter? Do you want to know at the moment that I would like to begin to banter? Do you want to know once I feel like it might be a thing beyond banter? Or what? Because this is kind of new for us, right? Because, girlfriend, Tasha, that's easy. That's been 2 years. That's been it for the most part. Outside of me going, that's out my birthday. But it's kind of been easy in that regard. So we're trying to figure out what does that look like. So I'm just kind of really thinking through where I am with that, right? Where in terms of those. So there's a lot of newness. And I said that just to say that there's still a lot of newness even in this ethical non-monogamy that I'm wrestling with. And it's fun, right? It's fun, it's interesting, it's causing us to communicate and chat and really talk again about different things that we've kind of, in a real sense, have been settled to some degree. But realizing that in this ethical non-monogamy, we got to keep things in pencil and not pen. Some things are in pencil pen, right? There's some hard news, but gotta be flexible in terms of what that looks like. So that's why I make use of my being sprung and giddy and all that stuff. I think because those flutters or those emotions, right, or those initial thoughts are all kind of new and very much new because this person is brand new. Like, I don't know Sheree, right? I knew Tasha. That was different. There was some level of familiarity there. And that's typically how I've always engaged women, right? With some level of familiarity. I cannot, whether being in the same class together during college or something like that, I've never kind of quote unquote cold called anyone. If that makes sense. Because I'm not, I don't think I'm that guy. So, yeah. Thanks for coming to my TikTok. I don't know if I'm gonna go in here. Now I'm thinking, how far would we go downtown? Because I'm like, there's a lot of folk in there. I don't know if I trust who's in that room right now. Shit. I just need to do better with smoking houses, cigar houses.
Did he ever have that conversation with you about when he needed to tell you if he was wanting to banter with someone or when it would go past banter with someone?
No.
That never happened?
No.
Did he ever, did you hear him reference going out of town on his birthday?
I thought I heard that.
Did he ever tell you about a threesome out of town on his birthday?
No.
Did you hear him mention the name Cherie?
I did hear that.
Do you know who Cherie is? did y'all ever talk about how ethical non-monogamy could make your relationship better?
No,
None of that ever happened?
no.
I'm gonna bear in brother advice at this point, and I know Danielle, you won't hear. Michelle probably doing something else, but so I want to talk to y'all about my new friend, right? The one who I kicked everybody to the curb on. So she hit me today with a boss moves and asked that I want to hook up next week. After she gets back from being out of town, that threw me the fuck off. Like, wow. Like, so she gets back on Friday. She's like, we hang out Friday and Saturday. My only concern is that she is waiting a callback for an interview for a process. And she said it may be next Saturday, right? And I know that she would leave, of course, for that. And given if I'm going to Atlanta, she's about 100 miles away, she would ditch me, right? Like, I would force her, say, go, and ditch me, right? But I just don't know. I want to put myself in a situation where potentially we may not be able to hang out in that regard because she got this other stuff that she's worried about. But I am, like, high-key shocked and, like, super, like, blushed about it, because like it just kind of came out of nowhere. Like we were talking about other stuff, and it was like, "Hey, what about?" Like, "Oh, okay, I'm with you." You wasn't expecting to see that while I was in my speech contest. I was just a counter, so it don't matter. I wasn't doing that, but I don't know what to do. I think a couple of things, right? So I live in this other tension. So that means furthering the conversation, right, with the wife, which she's in a good place about that. I think I talked to you about it, that you haven't updated Michelle about it, just in terms of girlfriend who's not taking it as well, I guess. But at the end of the day, I told her, you got to recognize this is about me, this isn't about you, and it doesn't make sense for my wife to allow me to be open with my girl has an issue, like. So she's kind of chewing it, because I think in theory we've talked about this day coming, right? But it's never been a reality, right? So I think that she's wrestling with the reality. I think that your ideas, your thoughts, Dan, yesterday was so, like, it hit me like a ton of bricks because I never thought about it like that. But that makes so much sense. And it's not that I want to be disrespectful. It's not that I don't want to be ethical. But I do wrestle with that, and I just kind of talking to your perspective about what you saw. But I was like, I think that could be what this is, in terms of treating this like an infidelity kind of relationship on purpose with permission versus an additional partner scenario. So I feel that. But y'all, she asked me to hook up with her.
Did Brodus ever talk to you about engaging with a woman in Atlanta? Was he open and honest and transparent about that?
No.
Did he, or did you tell him that you were open to him doing that?
No.
Had y'all been talking about that day coming where he would further expand to another goal?
we're close. When we were in Little Rock, she lives in Little Rock, so we're in Memphis now. I mean, it's only 2 hours away, but yes, we were in Little Rock, so we were literally that, because it was at that point, wife was like, yeah, nobody at home. Like, this is an exception, because I kind of threw you that, but no, you ain't dealing with nobody at home. Like, that was Jacksonville, so our hard nose, and though Jacksonville was your hometown for us, no exes, and no place in your current city. Those are the hard no's, right? She got an exception because it was there that she realized, well, yeah, I don't think I want him to be dealing with all these people, all these women, and no doubt these women would be in the church because that's all we do is kind of hang around, or in the community or close enough. So it was kind of one of those things.
Was Latoshia Daniels an exception to your rules?
No,
Did you create rules about Jacksonville?
no,
Did you create rules about exes?
no,
Did you create rules about the city that you live in?
no,
Were those hard no's for you?
no.
Was any extramarital affair a hard no for you?
They were all hard no's for me.
Before I can say a word, she hits me with, I'm sorry. I'm like, sorry for what? So then she goes into the whole, I apologize for breaching your trust, breaching your confidence by telling my boss, my former boss before, about the situation. Her reasoning was that she felt like if, like you all said, if he could appeal to my quote-unquote greater senses, that I would realize the mistake that I would be making by losing such a wonderful woman. She also apologized. I said that she apologized to Tabitha when Tabitha talked. She told me that Tabitha told her that their conversation was their conversation until she revealed it, so she was not going to talk about the contents with what they discussed. She basically said, I feel like I know what you're going to tell me. And at this...
Who is P?
He is our friend and former pastor.
Is that Philip Pointer? And he was also a pastor at St. Mark's.
Correct.
Did you know that Pastor Pointer knew about the relationship with Latasha?
No.
Did Latasha reach out and apologize to you after she threatened to commit suicide?
No.
Did you ever have a conversation with her about that?
No.
Throughout all of those videos,
Very convincing. Would you agree?
I would agree.
And none of it was true.
No.
I want to talk to you about your relationship with Phyllis, okay? Y'all were married for about 5 years. How long did you date before you got married?
About a year.
You were a second wife.
Correct.
And at no point during your relationship, with you at least, did he discuss this watchers or down the line?
No.
Rhodas was a pastor.
Correct.
In Little Rock, that was at St. Mark's. So that's a big church.
Yes.
Did he take trips with the church?
Yes.
Often?
When you say trips, like international trips or?
Both, international and local, Israel,
Yeah,
Savannah, El
often.
Dorado. Did he take those with the other pastors?
Sometimes.
And he also took them sometimes with other church members, like the church groups.
I can recall one time, maybe a time or two, where there was like a training conference or something like that. Yeah.
They did, the whole church group was for Israel, right?
Correct.
Okay. And when he got the job at Mississippi Boulevard, that's a big deal to be a pastor then, right?
I guess.
It's a big church here.
It's a big church.
And now on direct, I thought you had said that he didn't ever do counseling for
St. Mark?
at St. Mark's, but I thought you told the police that he sometimes did. You just didn't know that he counseled Latasha.
I've never known him to do counseling.
Did he ever tell you that he counseled Latasha?
No.
But you knew that she ended up getting divorced.
I did know that.
Now I want to talk to you about Latasha, okay?
Okay.
You knew her from church, and that was St. Mark's in Little Rock.
Correct.
She was a life group leader.
Yes.
What's a life group leader?
It's a person that leads a group of people that get together and do Bible study.
And that was a group that Brodus was over, right?
Correct.
And before his relationship with Latasha started, this was a tight-knit group, right?
Yes.
He was very involved with that group.
Yes.
And it was about 7 or 8 people?
In that group, there were probably 6 or 7 groups. Yeah.
But in that particular, the group that Latasha was in,
Yeah.
a couple of people. And those groups were selected from the whole church membership, right?
Based on who showed interest. It wasn't like, we want you, people came and showed interest. Yeah.
There's thousands of church members at St. Mark's.
Sure.
And I think, what about 40 or 50 people were selected to be life group leaders?
I guess. I don't know for sure.
And that's okay if you don't know. And you and Latasha were fairly friendly.
Yeah.
You played tennis once a month for a couple months.
Mm-hmm.
And then at some point, after Brodus got the job at Mississippi Boulevard, y'all moved from Little Rock to Memphis.
Correct.
And at no point were you aware of their relationship.
No.
Were you aware of any issues that Brodus had at St. Mark's?
No.
Y'all moved in October,
Correct.
and that was to Carterville.
Correct.
Before y'all left, you gave your friends, church members, your new address.
Yes.
And there was a party that was thrown for y'all, right?
I think so, yeah.
Did you know that Latasha organized that party?
It wouldn't surprise me to know that.
After you left Little Rock and moved to Memphis, you didn't see Latasha again until April 4th, right?
Right.
And as far as you knew, neither did Brodus.
Correct.
But Brodus would come back to Memphis for his braces.
Right.
Well, why would he come back to Little Rock from Memphis to get his braces done?
Because the braces were paid for, but the work wasn't done in his mouth. So it just made sense to continue seeing that orthodontist.
And so Brodus would go to Little Rock, but you would stay in Memphis. Now I want to talk to you specifically about April 4th, okay? Now you were at home that night. You were watching TV.
Right.
Just you and your dog, Anakin.
Yes.
And around 9 or 9:30, you heard a noise, a faint knock.
Correct.
Ignored it.
Yep.
And then a couple of seconds, minutes later, you heard another slightly louder knock.
Yeah.
And you and Anakin, the dog, got up to go see what was going on.
Correct.
A third knock, or after you said, I'm not going to open this door if I don't see who it is,
Yeah.
you saw Latasha through the people,
Yes.
recognized it was her,
Yes.
invited her in.
Yes.
She wasn't threatening you.
No.
She did not have her gun out pointed at you.
No.
You sat, or you brought her into the house, right? And y'all sat in the living room,
Right.
talked, right?
Yes.
talked about tennis,
Yes.
talked about a work conference, right?
Yes.
And just chatted.
Yeah.
She seemed happy to be there.
Yeah.
She seemed happy to be talking to you.
Did.
At no point while y'all were sitting alone in the apartment was she threatening to you.
No.
She never tried to harm you.
No.
And she was seated, if I'm not mistaken, on a couch, right? Actually. You're on a mad approach witness.
Yes.
Tabitha, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That's my apartment in Collierville.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be made the next numbered exhibit.
Any objection?
It's the living room.
Any objection from the state?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, we'll show the photo of the living room as exhibit 2.
Your Honor, if I may publish this to the jury.
Yes.
Tabitha, is this a picture of the living room at your apartment?
Yes.
Where were you seated speaking to Latasha?
I would have been seated on the left end of the sofa.
So, I think it won't work on the screen. So like here?
Yes.
Okay. And where was Latasha?
On the opposite end.
About here?
Right.
Next to these other chairs?
Yes.
Brodus was not home yet, right?
Right.
He had gone to Pastor Pointer's to run an errand.
No, when he
I'm
got
sorry, Pastor Turner.
Right. Well, he got off work. He went to the cigar bar. And then from the cigar bar, he told me he had to go drop something off at Jason's house. So he went and dropped something off and then he came home.
He likes cigars.
Yes.
And Thursday nights, he'd go to the cigar bar, right?
More than Thursday nights, but yeah.
But that was one of his nights,
Okay.
right? So you texted him when Latasha was there. Didn't tell him that she was there, but
Right.
texted him and just said, this is strange.
Yeah.
And you said that it seemed a little odd, but she was happy to be there, happy to be talking to you.
Yes.
Up to this point on April the 4th of 2019, Brodus had never told you that he ventured outside of your marriage, had he?
No.
And you had never sanctioned that.
No.
He never told you that he had been involved in a 2-year relationship with Latasha.
No.
He never told you that y'all would be sister wives.
No.
He never told you that he promised Latasha that he would tell you.
No.
Did he tell you that he saw Latasha earlier that night before she came to your apartment?
He did not.
Did he tell you after he got there that he had seen Latasha earlier that night at the cigar lounge?
No.
He acted like he had no idea she was even in town when he walked in that door, right?
Correct.
And if he had seen her at that cigar lounge earlier that night, that would not have been true. Right?
Correct.
I want to talk to you about while you and Latasha were talking, okay?
Mm-hmm.
She never threatened you, right?
No.
Was never cross with you.
No.
And she engaged with you cordially.
Yes.
Seemed genuinely happy to be there.
Yes.
Now I want to talk to you about when Brodus arrived home, okay? Can you describe his demeanor when he walked in?
Agitated.
Did he immediately come in and offer the bourbon?
No, not immediately.
When did that happen?
I would say once he kind of settled in, he had bags, he had things with him, so he set those down, told me that he had brought me these aminos. You know, he made the statement about this was an uninvited guest. And then I think that's when he started saying, you know, what are you doing here? Where are you staying? That whole bit. And at some point around there is when he offered, does anybody want a drink?
After he made the drinks, he also sat down, right?
Yes.
Hey, okay, so I just wanted to kind of stop and kind of give you guys an update. And y'all can let me know how y'all want to do this because I'm down for either way. So as y'all can see right here, court will not resume until 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if I'm not mistaken, that's about another hour and 15 minutes. Can somebody confirm? Oh, in 15 minutes, it'll be 3 o'clock. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm glad I stopped and said something. Because I'm like, gosh, is that an hour and 15 minutes? Okay, cool. All right. Thank you, guys. Y'all don't know what all this time zone changing. Okay, so we got about 15 minutes. I'll go back into the wife's testimony. Oh, yeah, she got about maybe 20 minutes. So I'll put that back on the screen. All right, cool. I was like, an hour and 15 minutes. Yeah, they got a real long lunch.
And when we're looking at Exhibit 2, Brodus sat in this chair?
I can't remember which chair he sat in, to be honest.
That's okay.
One of those chairs.
And while he was seated in one of these chairs, Latasha was still seated here?
Yes.
Were you still seated over here?
Yes.
Brodus made himself a drink.
Yes.
And he made Latasha a drink, right? And you didn't want a drink.
Right.
You had had some champagne earlier in the night and you were done.
Fine, yes.
When Brodus was talking to Latasha about, you know, why she was here, what she was doing, he was kind of making small talk with her, right?
It was, I guess you could call it that. It was like badgering almost. Yeah.
He still seemed agitated.
Yeah.
At some point, did you notice that he kind of stopped talking to Latasha when we started engaging with you?
I didn't.
Your Honor, may I correct the witness? Your Honor, I have a transcript of her statement. I previously provided a copy to the state, but I have a bound copy provided. Ease of reference. Could you look at page 8 for me? Lines 8 through 17.
Okay.
And just read those for me so we know.
What line is 18? I'm sorry. It's not numbered.
May I approach? Yes, it should be. It's just hard to see. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm sorry, it's page 9. Starting here, and then just down a couple lines.
Okay, so it says,
Oh, you don't have to read it, just read it to yourself.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
okay.
Do you remember telling the police that he kind of stopped talking to her and started engaging only with you?
I don't, but if it's here,
You don't dispute that that's,
I know I won't dispute it.
okay. You could just put that in.
Okay.
Is that normal behavior for him, I guess?
I would say that it was normal for behavior for him with his life group leaders. It was not unusual for him to talk kind of rough to them and just, I would often say, I don't know why y'all put up with him. But it was usually just, that's just him, you know, kind of a good fun kind of way of roughhousing, so to speak. So I always found it kind of cringy, but it was not unusual.
I want to talk to you now about when Latasha said that she was going to go ahead and go.
Okay.
She basically said, I'm not going to keep you guys, right? And everybody stood up. And you led the way to the door.
Right.
Latasha was behind you.
Correct.
And Brodus was behind her.
Yes.
And you got all the way outside, right? I mean, to the stairs of the apartment complex.
Right.
And Latasha and Brodus were still back towards the apartment.
Correct.
Latasha right outside the door, Brodus in the door.
Right.
Did you hear her ask him to walk her to her car?
No.
When they were over there and you were at the stairs, they were kind of had their own thing going on over there while you were trying to walk on out, right?
I don't know because my back was turned. So,
Right.
you know, it wasn't until I turned around that I realized they weren't right, you know, behind me.
And you were telling her, just don't speed, be careful, if you've had something to drink,
Right.
right? You had no idea what was going on behind you.
No.
So then I want to talk to you about when you turned around and saw Latasha, okay? She was still at the door of your apartment.
Well, she was out from the door. Yeah.
And that's, your door is right next to your neighbor's door, right?
No, it's across the hall.
Okay, thank you. So she is standing right outside the door. Brodus is standing in the door frame. So she was closer to Brodus than you were.
Yes.
Do you remember how far away you were?
So from our front door to the stairs might be from here to the beginning of this green partition. So it's not, we're not very far from the stairs. Yeah. So if this is the front door, those are the stairs.
Okay, so
So
you
if
and
I'm
I-
there, Brodus is here, she's maybe here. So it's like, you know, equal space between all three of us. It's not a lot of space.
12 feet?
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm not good at guessing it either. Somewhere 10 to 12 feet, maybe 10 to 15 feet? Does that look like a good guess to you?
This looks good to me.
She don't know. She
That's-
can't answer. Is that skinny?
I can move on.
Oh, it's the same objection.
Latasha was facing Brodus.
Yeah, I would say, yeah.
And you saw her reach into her pocket, right?
Yes.
And this was as y'all were walking up to her car.
This is still upstairs.
Right,
Yeah,
but that was the direction that,
correct.
okay.
Yeah.
And when you saw her reach into her pocket, you saw her pull out a gun.
Yes.
Now, prior to that moment, had you ever seen a gun?
No.
Prior to that moment, had she seemed to be a threat to you?
No.
Prior to that moment, did you think you were in harm's way being with her?
No.
She started firing the gun
Yes.
towards Brooks.
Correct.
You were in the opposite direction, right?
I was behind them. Yes.
And you ran to your apartment, or your neighbor's apartment,
Right.
right?
Right.
So you weren't even in the apartment when the shots started.
No, I was still outside the apartment.
When y'all were in the apartment, the three of you, was the door closed
After the shots were fired?
before?
Oh, before. Yeah, the door was closed before.
Could anyone see into your apartment
No,
with the door closed?
no,
It was private.
right,
No one else other than the three of you was in the apartment.
correct.
After the door gets open, you go outside, you're visible to everyone else in the apartment complex. Well, they could see where y'all were, right? You became visible outside of your apartment.
Not really, no.
So if your neighbor had opened the door,
If my neighbor across the hall had opened the door, sure.
they could see Latasha standing.
Mm-hmm.
They could see Broda standing in the door.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing happened until after that was already out in more public area than y'all had been before, right?
Right.
You, at some point, lunged for Broadus, right?
Yes.
And tried to shield him.
Well, this was after the shooting had occurred, yeah. Once we were back in the apartment by then.
Prior to that point, prior to you trying to shield him, she had not fired any shots at you, right?
No.
And when you got shot, did you realize it?
Yes.
Did you grab your shoulder?
Yeah, the bullet moved me. The shot threw me. Yeah.
And you were right against Broadus at that point too, right?
Until I got shot, right.
And then you said, Tasha, you shot me.
Mm-hmm.
What did she say back to you?
Something to the effect of, I didn't mean to.
And then you told her basically, like, go, leave,
Yeah, just get out of here.
just get out of here. I won't tell them it was you, just go.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
She didn't move.
No.
And at some point, you could hear the sirens coming.
Yes.
And Latasha still never moved.
Right.
She never put down the gun.
No.
And when the police came up, they had their guns drawn.
Correct.
And she still didn't put down the gun.
Correct.
And in fact, she pointed the gun at her own self,
Yes.
towards her mouth,
Yes.
towards her head,
Yes.
against her chest.
Yes.
And the police were trying to talk to her to get her to put the gun down.
Right.
And she wasn't even really interacting with them.
She was talking back, like,
She
no,
crying at that point.
probably, I don't remember.
Do you remember her saying, "What have I done?"
No.
May I approach her? You could just read right here. Right here, this paragraph. You don't have to read it out loud, just give yourself. Oh, okay. Did you tell the police that she said, "Oh, what have I done?"
Yeah, it appears that I did.
And this was taken the day, that next morning after this happened, right?
Correct.
One of the main things that you heard Latasha saying during this was that he broke her heart.
Right.
And that was the main thing that she said to you.
Yeah.
The gunshot wound that you suffered, you had to go to the hospital.
Yes.
You were there for a couple hours, right?
Yes.
And you got released.
Yes.
You left the hospital.
Yes.
A couple hours later, you got a call. Right?
From?
To come back to the hospital.
No.
No?
No.
The surgeon and the chaplain didn't call you to come back?
No. I was still there when they told me that he died.
Okay. So you left and came back?
I never left. I never left. I was there all night.
Average.
Yes.
Just right around. Starting now, just on the page. Oh no, this is the detective saying this is when he left.
Keep reading.
Okay. I like the little bottom. Yeah, that's one, because I didn't, it's always open, I was asked.
So that's just.
Yeah, that's just wrong.
And this was a stressful night, right? A very traumatic event.
Yeah,
And you had no idea why any of this happened.
right.
But eventually you were told that Brotus had passed away.
Correct.
You went and gave a statement that next day with Carnival, right?
Right.
Pastor Pointer and Pastor Turner came with you.
Right.
Did you ask them to come with you?
They're the only people that could have come because I did not know a soul in Memphis. So when everything happened, I didn't know anybody's phone number. So they called Pastor Turner. They went through hoops to get in touch with him. He and his wife showed up. He called Pastor Pointer that morning. He drove over from Little Rock. So there was really nobody else that could have come.
And they actually came into the interview room with you, right?
Yes.
And while you were talking to police, the police were saying, do you know why this happened? Right?
Mhm.
And you have to say yes or no.
Yes.
So she's recording. And you and the police both talked about why.
Right.
Nobody understands why.
Right.
Did Pastor Pointer ever say, actually, I know that they were in a relationship?
No.
Did he ever tell you that before you went in?
Objective. That's hearsay. I don't know what the purpose of it is.
And it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's being offered to show whether or not he provided that information.
Your approach.
You know, and it's so funny. Say thank you to anybody.
You have cell phones, do a lot on your cell phone, right? It's a form of communication.
Yeah, I tell you, as soon as, okay, so I didn't cut my mic off and now I'm about to talk. So we gonna see. Yeah, I tell you, as soon as, okay. So I'm gonna cut my mic off. I'm gonna get on here and I'm gonna get to talking and then they gonna interrupt me. Ain't nobody got time for this courtroom to be playing these games. Yes, y'all to tell me how y'all. I'll do a poll like later on, so y'all can let me know. Yeah, so y'all can let me know whether or not we have a little TiVo time, or if y'all want to. I knew that I was gonna be able to rewatch some of the testimony from yesterday, like the wife's testimony, and I enjoy watching that again. But like from like their lunch times, like unless we got a panel or something going on. I don't think I ended it. I can end it now. A lot of people say a lot of people say she planned it out before she came down there. Yeah. Yeah. I can see that. I think because of the way she purchased the weapon before she got there, before she left to go. So I could see where that could be somewhat of something that people would think would go off on. For that one. So yeah, we just kind of waiting. I see some head movement going on in there, but they haven't started. Judge is late. She late. Let's see here.
Flaws, much like a lot of people have flaws. In the fall of 2016, he was one of the pastors at a church in Little Rock. He knew the defendant through his role at that church. She was a member of the church, and I believe she was a leader of a life group in that church. She was going through a divorce or had recently divorced. They talked about that. A sexual relationship between the two of them began sometime around February of 2017. And you'll hear that that relationship went on until sometime the end of 2018 or maybe even going into 2019. Went on for several years. Toward the end of 2018, I believe it was around October, Mr. Perry and his wife took a job. Well, Mr. Perry took a job. He and his wife moved to Collierville in Shelby County because he took a job at Mississippi Boulevard Church here, also working as, I think, an executive pastor of that church. So not the senior pastor or the preaching pastor, but he was working with that church here in Shelby County. So they left Little Rock and moved here. That resulted in the relationship between the defendant and Mr. Perry became strained. He decided he didn't want to be in that relationship anymore. They lived away from each other. I don't know the reasons that he decided that, but he did when they moved back here. On April the 4th of 2019, the defendant left Little Rock. She stopped at a gun store in Sherwood, Arkansas, where she purchased a Ruger 9mm handgun, and she purchased ammunition. And she drove the 2.5 or 3 hours from there to Carterville, Tennessee, where she showed up somewhere 9, 10 o'clock that night at Mr. and Miss Perry's residence. Mr. Perry wasn't there, but Miss Perry let her in. And they sat and talked for a while until Mr. Perry came in. Miss Perry knew the defendant from when they were in the church together in Little Rock. In fact, the two of them played tennis once a week. Miss Perry considered herself to be friends with the defendant. And so when she showed up at the door, she let her in and they talked. The defendant waited there until Rhoda Perry got up. They talked for a few minutes more, and she said, well, I'm going to leave. Don't want to bother y'all anymore. Mr. and Miss Perry were about to walk her out the door when the defendant pulled the 9mm handgun that she had purchased 3 or 4 hours earlier. And she shot Mr. Perry multiple times. The medical examiner will testify they pulled 5 bullets out of his body. She also shot Tabitha Perry as she was kneeling beside her husband, trying to get him to quit, trying to help him, and trying to get the defendant to quit shooting. She was still on the scene with the gun when the police department arrived. You will hear that the bullets that the medical examiner recovered from Mr. Perry's body matched the Ruger 9mm that she purchased from the gun store in Sherwood, Arkansas. TBI, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, analyzed those, and those matched. You'll hear that the shell casings, 7, I believe, recovered from the apartment, were fired from the Ruger that she purchased from the gun store in Sherwood, Arkansas. There was a bullet recovered from the scene at the apartment that also was fired from the gun that she bought from the sporting goods store in Sherwood, Arkansas. You'll see video from the sporting goods store in Sherwood, Arkansas that shows the defendant going into the store, purchasing the ammunition and the gun, and leaving. You'll see the credit card that she purchased it with and the receipts where the last 4 of the credit card match, showing the date and the time that she purchased that handgun. She had all kinds of time to think about what she was doing. At the end of the proof, we're going to ask you to find her guilty as indicted in counts 1, 2, and 3 of the indictment. Thank you.
We want to head to court now where the state is giving its opening statements.
Very quick statement by him. It was like 7 minutes. That's all he had to say, and that was it. I don't think I ever seen an opening that short. And he was like, they don't have much to say. She did it. Yeah, I'm almost sure I seen where they were going to have a witness come testify and they couldn't be there too. So I'm wondering, is that may be the delay? Let's see here what we got. Oh, I could do this. Wait a minute.
He had flaws, much like
Oh, this is what I wanted to ask y'all. I seen another case that I wanted to ask y'all about. Wait a minute. Oh, this one. Okay, y'all see it? What up with what's going? I thought. What's this about? It say a trial of a Las Vegas is in Las Vegas, so SD, your time, my time, right? She's charged with second-degree redrum in the unaliving of her boyfriend Jonathan, who was found decapitated. She previously withdrawn a guilty. I thought I seen it. Okay, so she came back and pleaded not guilty. Are we doing this trial or what we doing? Yeah, Morel to say she good like it. You know, Lynn, I thought that she wasn't gonna go to trial, but I guess she is, huh? Okay, well, that one's supposed to start at 2. Okay, so we watching that one. Okay. I was like, I seen it in my timeline today, and I was like, huh? Okay, let me see. Let me type the name here. Devin Michaels. Okay. 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 Let me see what's going on with that one. Yeah. I guess somebody did say she business. Hey, Cynthia. Yeah, the court hasn't started just yet. Okay. Yeah, I seen that and I was like, what is that about? I know, like, ew, like, it just sounds disgusting all the way around. Like, I couldn't even imagine stuff, splashing on me. Not that, I mean, I know that may be a little too graphic, but I just couldn't imagine it touching me. Like, no, like, what? No, like, I don't want that touching me. Like, you got to take time. Like, that ain't easy. Like, ew. I can't even imagine. Yeah, like I think she was in the court arguing. If I'm not mistaken, I think I had seen her arguing about they didn't tell her something, but I didn't know that they were going to actually take it to trial, that she was taking it to trial, but that's okay. Take it to trial loves that you took it to trial. Devin, we like that you took it to trial because we want to watch this trial. Yeah, I'll get everything set up for that one. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know if you can ever get me on that one to even understand that one. Okay, so this happened in 2023. I think she was saying that she didn't do it, right? Let me see if I can find her. They still at let me see if I can find her little hearing that she had before. They got kids together and everything, y'all. Oh yeah, see, this is what I saw. This is what I saw. So I thought that she was done.
This would end up like this. I really.
Yeah.
Actually, anything we want versus Devin Michaels. May the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present in custody. Ms. Patrick is here on her behalf. Mr. Giovanni and Ms. Griffith are here on behalf of the state. Mr. Dayton, time set for sentencing. Are both parties prepared to go forward?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state, this is a stipulated sentence. Anything you want to add?
I do just a couple of things, Judge. First, we have 3 victim speakers. I asked that they permitted me speak last.
Okay.
We obviously went to a settlement conference. We stipulated this sentence. I think that the life tale reflects the gravity and the haunting nature of the facts. As you know, the defendant not only murdered her ex, but then desecrated his body by decapitating him and putting chemicals on his body, causing it to burn. The defendant admitted to the fatal blow. She never admitted to the decapitation portion, but the evidence was overwhelming that it was obviously her who did it. Another haunting fact, and something that should be concerning, which supports the life tale, is that the defendant had a corollary child abuse case that pre-existed this. We reviewed, Ms. Griffith and I reviewed the minutes in that case, and it appears that 2 days after she murdered and decapitated her ex, she appeared in court in front of another judge in this courthouse and made representations that she was staying out of trouble, and obviously had that on her conscience at the time, walked right back out of the courthouse, and then ultimately was developed as our suspect and arrested. We take this case very seriously, obviously the family does as well. We believe the sentence reflects the gravity of the crime, so we will submit it. We do have some updates on CTS, which was wrong in the PSI.
Correct. I calculated the credit at 455 days as of today.
Okay, that sounds correct.
Because I calculated it in regards to she was on probation when this offense occurred. She then got that sentence imposed. She was released on that sentence, so she started accumulating the credit on that day, and I have it at 455 days as of today.
Yes, and we also have restitution requests. We've now received documentation.
Actually, I have received documentation.
Right, we just received it this morning. We showed it to Mr. Patrick. It's supposed to be $5,000 to VOC.
I have that.
$1,923 to James Willett.
Hold on just one second. $1,923?
Yes.
To whom?
James Willett.
Okay.
And $2,500 to Yoko Willett.
How do you spell the first name?
Y-O-K-O.
Okay. Mr. Patrick, have you seen this?
I have, Your Honor.
Okay, what's your position in regard to the restitution?
They had the documentation, we're okay with it.
Okay, State, I'm gonna need you to file that documentation. Because pursuant to the new case law, I can't order restitution without documentation.
Yes, ma'am.
All right? Ms. Michaels, what, if anything, would you like to say before I pronounce sentence against you?
There's so much I want to say. Jonathan was very special, very unique, and I know no matter what I say at this moment, I know right now no one in the family is going to believe me. I know right now no one in the family feels that I am innocent at any point, and I understand that. But I can actually prove my innocence. I actually can. And I'm not going to stop fighting to prove my innocence. I have more than enough. And Jonathan deserves to have the actual person who's guilty behind bars. I was helping Jonathan. I can show that I was trying to help him. And this, I know, is hurting the family, and I can see it in your faces, and I know your hearts are angry, and they should be, and I'm angry for you. And this is not fair to you. This has been dragging out for almost 2 years. It's not fair to you, and it's not fair to his children, any of them. And it's not right. It really isn't. It's not. I've seen so much that it's just terrible. The way that they manipulated and altered and deleted things is wrong. They should not be able to do it. And they have. And for you to be able to look me in the eye knowing that the things are altered and...
You pled guilty, ma'am.
Ms. Michaels, you are not to address the state. You are to
I'm not
address me.
addressing
You are.
the state. I
You're addressing Mr.
apologize.
Giordano. You are going to address me. What do
My
you want me to
apologies.
say? What do you want to say to me?
My apologies. I wasn't trying to address the state directly. It's just... I was told. I just told one thing after another. And I truly believed that we were going to do the right thing, and it just didn't happen. I am so sorry for all of this, but I'm so sorry. But I didn't do this, and I didn't know this would end up like this. I really didn't. And I will forever apologize to the family. But I don't know how to fix any of this anymore. I don't. I keep listening to what everyone tells me is the best thing to do. Just do this and it'll work out this way, and follow this advice and we'll do this. And I keep listening to the people because they keep saying this is the best advice. It doesn't turn out the way they tell me it will. And it just gets worse and worse. And I don't know what to do anymore.
Judge, I'm not comfortable with this record. I'm willing to let her out of her plea if the court is inclined.
I don't know how to fix this.
All right.
It's just, this wouldn't be appropriate.
I completely understand.
Let's go to trial.
Mr. Giordano. All right. Ms. Michael Johnstown, Mr. Giordano says that he's willing to let you out of your plea, and he's willing to try this case. And you understand that he's willing to try this case on an open murder. So a jury can convict you of a first-degree murder. You understand that? Or do you want to talk to Mr. Patrick about it?
Well, I don't want to talk to Mr. Patrick. He didn't listen to anything I
Miss Michaels, I need you to understand what I'm saying to you and answer my question.
Yes.
Do you want to withdraw your plea and go to trial?
Yes, please.
All right, this plea is going to be withdrawn. Ms. Patrick, I need you to have some discussions with your client
Your
about...
Honor, I move to withdraw at this time. This case needs to go back to the appointed counsel.
Ms.
I will.
Michaels, hold on just one second. Ms. Michaels, you need to conduct yourself like this is a courtroom. If you cannot do that, then they're going to remove you because I still have business to conduct.
Yes.
Do you understand? Mr. Patrick?
Judge, respectfully, I move to withdraw and have this case sent back to Office of Appointed Counsel. I am not in a position to accept appointment on this case should it go to trial at this time.
All right. All right, I'm going to have to reach out to the Office of Appointed Counsel and get her a lawyer that's going to be appointed with the understanding this case is 2 years old. This case is not going to sit stagnant and wait around for a trial. So I'm going to reach out to Ms. Bush myself and have a discussion with her in regards to the appointment of counsel because this is not going to be, this case has been delayed extensively, and this case is not going to further be delayed so that there is no justice for everybody.
Yes, Your Honor.
And, Your Honor, if I may, that's one of the other reasons, because with Barry Edwards, it would be late next year before I would even consider putting this on as a trial.
So I'll reach out to Ms. Bush.
Understood.
July 31st, 9 a.m.
And, Your Honor, do you grant my motion to withdraw, please?
Yes, I'm going to grant your motion to withdraw.
Thank you.
OMG. I remember, y'all know when I watched this, I didn't watch it all the way to the end when I originally watched it because I'm like, oh, okay, she took a plea, now she want to take it back. I did not ever get to the part where the prosecutor like, no, I ain't comfortable with this, withdraw her plea. And then the defense attorney like, you on your own? I am done. Oh, and y'all, this was just 3 months ago. So who they got even potentially defending her? Oh my goodness. And I just seen it come up in my timeline today that Law and Crime is doing day 1, starting at 2 o'clock. She is royally messed up. We are still at lunch, just so you guys know. I'm still watching that feed. She is messed up. This is, oh. The lawyer like, deuces, you are, oh, you withdraw, you what? Judge, I want off this case. I don't even know what you do when your lawyer just said that you don't have a case and they want to withdraw. And the judge was really, I don't know. What do y'all feel about the judge making that statement? The judge was like, the prosecutor is willing to take it to trial so the jury can convict you. So is the judge saying she guilty already? Oh my goodness. We're gonna be up all day and night. I gotta watch this trial. I gotta see what what kind of theatrics she gonna do, because the judge is not gonna play with her. I can see right now she probably be in the strap. like this. I hear noise in the courtroom, so they must be about to start back up with our trial. Yeah. Okay, so I am going to put us back in the courtroom live. In the meantime, between time, this one starts at 2:00. I'm going to be in the background kind of working on it so we can get it together, so we can go into that courtroom too. If they starting at 2:00, I'm assuming that they probably going to be done at 5 my time, no later than 5. But okay, here we go.
Your Honor, the jurors are in the courtroom.
You may be seated. Welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch. All right, state your name and your next please.
Dr. Eric Curry, Your Honor.
Okay, we're just standing.
Swear affirm to tell the whole truth. I do. All right, next.
What's your step?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Will you state your name and spell it for the court reporter and the jury, please?
Dr. Erica Curry, Ericacury.
And Dr. Curry, are you a licensed medical doctor?
I am.
In what state?
Tennessee, Arkansas, New Mexico, Texas, Illinois previously, and those are the ones I can think of right now.
Okay. And how long have you been a medical doctor?
For going on 14 years. Well, in forensic pathology. I graduated medical school in 2005, 2005, and technically I was a medical doctor then, so if you want to say 20 years, but in forensic pathology, 14 years.
And that was, do you specialize in any particular field of medicine?
Yes, so my first specialization was in pathology, which is commonly known as the study of disease. So we're probably commonly known as the doctors that if you go get something taken out during surgery or biopsy, and they say they send it to the lab for the doctor to look at, that's us as pathologists. So after receiving specialization and board certification in pathology, and then I received certification in forensic pathology, which is basically doing autopsies to determine the cause of death, meaning why somebody died and the manner of death, which we have 5 categories of.
And approximately how many autopsies have you done during your career?
About greater than 2,200.
Have you testified as an expert in courts in Tennessee prior to this?
Yes.
Other states as well?
No, just primarily Tennessee.
Just primarily Tennessee. Do you know how many times approximately?
Greater than 50.
Your Honor, the state moves that Dr. Curry be declared an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection, Your Honor.
Would declare Dr. Erica Curry as expert in the field of forensic pathology.
On April 5th of 2019, where were you employed?
at the West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center, also known as the Shelby County Medical Examiner's Office.
And did you perform an autopsy that day on an individual named Brodus Perry?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what an autopsy is, kind of what's involved and what the purpose of an autopsy is?
So if someone is deemed what's called under medical examiner jurisdiction, which is classified as an unexpected or violent death, they are brought into the medical examiner's office for an examination. And then whether just inspection of the body or a complete autopsy is determined whether either one of those is needed. When they come in, they're given a unique identifying number, which is the year, and we start from 1 all the way to the last day of the year at whatever that number is. Then we're examine the deceased person. We examine the outside of the body. We take whatever necessary evidence there is, clothing, fingernail clippings, hair. Then we do x-rays if needed, especially in the case of homicide. And then we document everything we see on the outside of the body, the hair color, the eye color, the weight, the length, any scars, any tattoos, and certainly any injuries. And we document those often on what's called a body diagram, which is just a representation of the human body. So then after we do that, then we examine everything on the inside of the body to document any injuries and look at all the organs and document any injuries we see on the organs and the weight of any natural disease we see on the organ. During that process, we actually take blood and other samples to send off to the toxicology lab to test for substances that were in the body at the time the person died. So then after we make those notes, and then we put together a report documenting everything we found.
And did you give the autopsy that you performed on Brodus Perry a number?
Yes.
And what number was that?
It's 2019-0582.
And did you took photos? I guess you said you would take photos. In this particular autopsy, did you take photos?
Photos were taken by the autopsy assistant that helps, or technician that helps.
Can you describe to the jury the injuries that you, if any, that you found when you performed this autopsy on Mr. Perry?
Yes, I'm going to refer to my notes. So, Mr. Perry had a gunshot wound of the head. It entered on the right side of the head. It fractured a bone close by where it entered, and then it also fractured the bone of his right eye, and then it also caused some injuries to the brain, and then it traveled into the mouth where it injured the tongue, and then the bullet went through the left side of his jaw and injured the jawbone. And then the bullet lodged on the left side of his jaw and then created a wound right under or right above where it lodged, which was what I termed a partial exit wound, meaning the bullet didn't go completely out. And then he had 3 gunshot wounds of his abdomen on the right upper portion. Those went into his abdomen or stomach cavity, injured his intestines and his liver, and then it also injured his right adrenal gland, which is an endocrine organ that sits above the kidney, and then it completely made his right kidney go into 2 halves. Those are the injuries that happened on the abdomen. And then there were 3 bullets recovered associated with those gunshot wounds, 1 in the spine, 1 from the back, and 1 from his left hip. And then he had a gunshot wound that was on his right buttock, and then it went into the soft tissue and most of the right buttock, causing hemorrhage, and then it traveled into his right side of his lower back, where a bullet was recovered from there. And then he had a graze wound, just meaning the bullet went past the skin and didn't go into the body. He had one of those on his right upper arm and then one on the front of his left wrist.
Can hand you a picture and ask you if you can identify that, please.
Yes, I can.
And is that a photo you took of one of the wounds you just described to the jury?
It was a photo taken at the time of autopsy, not by me, but the autopsy technician, but yes, of the wound of the head.
And does that accurately depict what you observed while taking that autopsy, while performing that autopsy?
Yes.
Judge, I would ask that be marked next exhibit, please.
No objection. We'll show A315 as a photo of a wound of the head.
And may I publish that for the jury, please?
Yes.
So what we're looking at there, you described that as, if I understood your testimony correctly, that was the entrance wound that went all the way across down through his jaw and almost came out the other side. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let me hand you another picture and ask you if you can identify that.
Yes, this is a picture of the deceased's face, and you can see that wound on the left side of his jaw where the bullet almost came out, but the bullet is actually underneath it.
Can I make that next exhibit, please, Your Honor?
No objection. We'll show it as a photo of the wound on the left side of the jaw.
And may I publish that, Your Honor?
Yes.
And so that's the photograph you just identified, is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, you described it as a partial exit wound, meaning the bullet is still there, but the injury that we see is where the bullet almost exited the body. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you.
Yes, this is a picture of the entrance gunshot wound that was on the right buttock.
Judge, I would ask that before next exhibit, please.
No objection. We'll mark exhibit 17 as the entrance of the wound to the right buttock.
And if I may publish that.
Yes.
And so is this the picture that you just identified, Dr. Curry?
Yes.
And that stayed in the body, and you recovered that bullet from while performing the autopsy?
That's correct.
And you. Can you identify that photo?
Yes, this is a picture of the deceased's right arm and kind of the right side of his chest and abdomen. It's picturing the graze wound, or the wound where the bullet went by the skin and didn't actually go in, of his right upper arm, and you can also see 2 of the gunshot wounds that are on his abdomen.
And may I publish that? Oh, I want to make that the next exhibit, please, Your Honor.
No objection. Mark exhibit 18 is a photo of the wound to the right arm and right part of his chest.
And may I publish that, Your Honor?
Yes.
And I think, Dr. Curry, when that printed, it cut off actually a little bit of that. Is this the photo that you just identified?
With 1 extra wound, yes.
Yeah. So the 3 that we see, the 4, 2, and the one below the 2, are those the 3 wounds that you talked about, the 3 bullets that went into the abdomen?
Yes, should be numbered 2, 3, and 4. Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then 6 is one of the 2 graze wounds that you testified about.
That's correct.
So you recovered the bullet from the head, you recovered those 3 from the abdomen,
Yes.
and you recovered the one from the back,
Buttock, yes.
From the buttock.
Yeah, the bullet it came from the back, but it's corresponding to the bullet that entered on the right buttock.
And I have one more photo, which is the, well, I'll let you tell us what it is.
Yes, it's a picture of the graze wound that was on the front of his left wrist, yes.
I'd like to make that the next exhibit you're on.
No objection.
Show exhibit 19 and the graze wound on the left wrist.
And may I publish that for the jury?
Yes.
And Dr. Curry, is this the photo that you just identified?
Yes.
And tell us what happens when you recover evidence, or in this case particularly bullets, while performing the autopsy.
So they're packaged in a sealed evidence envelope. I initial and date them, and then they're put together with other evidence that we take at the time of autopsy: clothing, fingernail clippings, hair, and any of the other evidence we take. And then they're logged and then placed into our the evidence room at the West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center, and eventually picked up by the investigating police agency.
Hand you, and you don't have to open this. This is still sealed. I'm going to ask you if you can open that and identify the contents of that package.
Yeah, these are the bullets that were recovered from the deceased at the time of the autopsy, and the sealed evidence envelopes still with the seal tag, the date, and my initials.
And there's 5 total of those?
Yes.
Judge, I would ask that those 5 be made collectively an exhibit, the bullets recovered during the autopsy.
Your Honor, I think these have all been already marked as Exhibit 6.
Oh, that may be true.
They are.
Okay, all right, perfect. Thank you. Of those wounds, were any of them or all of them fatal on their own, or was it a combination, or can you testify to that?
So the ones in the head and the abdomen certainly were very significant wounds, in my opinion, that would have led directly to death. The one in the right abdomen, because it mostly just caused hemorrhage, where the trachea went through, wouldn't have been fatal in my opinion.
And so, based on your expertise and your examination during that autopsy, were you able to form an expert opinion concerning the cause of mass death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
And the manner of death?
Homicide, which for forensic terms means death at the hands of another.
That's all the questions I have.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Curry.
Good afternoon.
Don't have many questions for you, but I have a couple, okay? Sure. First, just kind of going from what you just said, homicide. In your profession, I can never say this word, that is an epidemiological assessment, right?
That's correct.
What does that mean?
For once we fill the death certificate and it has the cause and manner of death, it is analyzed in this state, by the state of Tennessee, by the statistics in order to, run the numbers of the different categories of death.
So a category of death could be homicide.
Yes.
Could be suicide.
That's correct.
Could be natural.
That's correct.
Are there any others?
Yes. It is natural, then accident, and then could not be determined or undetermined.
Okay. So when you determine that something is a homicide, that is not an indication of criminal intent, right?
Not from a forensic pathologist standpoint. That's correct.
So when you say homicide, you do not, that does not equal premeditated murder.
No.
That equals more than one person was involved.
That equals for us that the death occurred at the hands of another person.
Okay. So nothing about your assessment gives any assessment to Ms. Daniels' mindset.
That's correct.
Okay. I want to talk to you about each of the individual shots briefly, okay? And you have your report. You have them labeled A, B, C, D, E.
That's correct.
And you also have numerical designations.
That's correct.
For each, for A, do you have an A1? Is that kind of how that works, that you?
So the numerical is for picture taking purposes and to be able to refer to them in the report. And then the alphabetical is just the way I notate the report is just described from the top of the head to the bottom of the feet. So it's just the ordering system.
And the numbers and letters that you assign to it don't have any bearing on the order in which those injuries occurred.
That's correct.
So on gunshot wound A, that was the gunshot wound to the head.
That's correct.
And 1 would be the entrance wound.
That's correct.
And 2 would be the exit wound.
Well, in this case, 5 was the exit wound on this one because of just the way the ordering went with this one.
And so the entrance wound was about here, right?
Yes.
And the exit wound was about here.
Well, yeah, where the bullet almost went out, so call it a partial, but yes.
So when you have these 2 points, you're able to determine a trajectory.
That's correct.
What is a trajectory?
So just the way the bullet traverses inside or on the body once it enters and then through and exits. So
The trajectory, when you make your trajectory assessments, you base it on anatomical position, right?
yes.
What does that mean?
So just basically it is, and we do this just to standardize the way we notate injuries. Basically it's the representation of the human body with someone standing with their palms facing up. So standing facing you with
So,
yes.
like this?
Yes.
This would be the anatomical position. In reality, when things are actually happening, this is very rarely the position in which people were, right?
We like I said, do that to standardize, but we do realize that when people are injured, that's not all the time the way they are positioned. So yes.
And the trajectory of the bullet is determined by the position of the decedent's body and the position of the person with the gun, right?
Yes.
So if I'm shooting you right here, you're not, and you're looking at me just like this, you would have a gunshot wound right here and it would go pretty straight through your back, right?
Yes.
Whereas if I'm standing on your side, same thing, right?
Yes.
And if you lean over, that's going to change.
That's correct.
If you lean over or back, it's going to give an upward or downward deviation.
Can, yes.
Okay. So when we look at gunshot wound A, you noted a trajectory on that of being right to left,
Yes,
and that's indicating his right side to his left side.
that's correct.
Downward,
Yes,
so that, and slightly back to front.
correct.
So you cannot say that he was standing here like this when that kind of angle is involved.
That's
right?
correct.
Would that kind of angle be consistent with someone falling?
If their head was going downward and the bullet was traversing downward, that, in my opinion, would be consistent with
So if
that.
you had this angle and they're falling,
Well, I would have, you have to tell me the position of the gun, because I'm not certain on the position of the gun. So,
can that kind of downward angle be created by someone falling? Can that be consistent?
it could be.
It could also be consistent with having an upward angle. It just depends on how the body's positioned.
Well, from the trajectory, it's traversing downward. So once again, I would have to know where the gun was in relation to the body to
Yes.
say that. Yes, sir.
Okay, and so one of the things that you also looked at was soot, stippling, and muzzle imprint, right?
That's correct.
And on every one of these gunshot wounds, there was no soot, stippling, or muzzle imprint.
That's correct.
So let's take each of those individually. What is soot?
So soot is the black material that comes out of the end of the gun.
Okay. And that is something that you can use to make a distance determination between the person and the muzzle of the gun, right?
We can estimate, yes.
Okay. And that's usually for soot about, what, 4 feet? 4 or more, 4 feet
For
soot.
For soot to be around the wound, as
Yes.
you're asking, it would have to be a close range gunshot wound, which means inches, close or inches, for soot to be around the wound.
Okay. I'm sorry, I jumped ahead of you. This is the 4 feet stippling.
No.
Tell me which one is the 4 feet.
So if there's lack of soot and if there's lack of stippling, then from measurements and previous studies, then we can say that the gunshot wound is indeterminate or distant, and we have to be sure with indeterminate that there was nothing blocking the soot from getting onto the body. And if we exclude that, then we say distant, and that means that from when the gun was fired to hitting the body, there was 3 feet or greater distance between.
So the 3 feet or greater, that's the indeterminate.
Yes.
And that determination, 3, 4 feet, whatever, it also depends on what type of weapon is being used.
That's correct.
Right? So if you have soot, stippling, muzzle imprint, you're within that 3 foot.
Right. And to your point, the only way to know exactly is to actually test fire the gun with the ammunition that was used, and you would know specifically, accurately what it would be.
And the muzzle imprint, that would be an actual contact wound,
That's
right?
correct.
And none of those things were present here.
That's correct.
So the indications by what you saw is that the muzzle of the gun was 3 feet or more away from Mr. Perry.
That's correct.
The 2 graze wounds that you indicated, I wanted to talk to you about those briefly, okay? Typically, particularly with the position of the graze wounds, those do not necessarily indicate separate shots, right?
That's correct.
Especially that one on the right side,
Yes.
it is most likely a graze wound of one of the entrance.
I can't say most likely, but it's a possibility that
It's consistent with that.
it could be from one of the entrances on the abdomen.
Okay, and then on direct, you were discussing whether any of these on their own would have been fatal.
Yes.
And I'm trying to make sure I heard you correctly. You indicated that the head wound and one of the abdominal wounds, I thought you said could have been fatal on their own.
So the head wound and the abdominal wounds, because they were grouped together as a cluster because they commingled All of those would have been fatal. The one on the buttock, in my opinion, would not have been fatal.
Okay, and one of the abdomen ones that was pretty shallow.
Well, no, they all entered into the abdominal cavity. So
There were 3 in the abdomen, right?
that's correct.
I thought you indicated 2 of the ones, I thought you said 2 of the abdominal shots could have been fatal, one of them no.
No, all 3 could have been, because they all entered into the abdominal cavity, all caused injuries that in the intestine and the liver and the kidney. So they all 3 caused the injuries inside.
Are all of those necessarily fatal?
So because I couldn't tell this bullet hit this specifically, this bullet hit that one specifically, then I couldn't say that, these 2 didn't, these 2, that's why they're grouped together, because when they got inside the body, they
Okay, I understand what you're saying a little bit better now.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm.
Excuse me. A wound to the kidney is not necessarily fatal, right?
In this instance, it is, because it made the kidney go into 2 halves.
Okay.
So that now you do have another kidney, but the bleeding from that, having one of your kidney being 2 halves, is pretty devastating.
And this is a question, I don't know the answer to it.
Right.
With these injuries, would, prompt and appropriate medical attention, could that make it not fatal? Is it fatal just because of the injury, or is it fatal untreated?
So he did have medical attention and did have attempted surgery, because there were some surgery inside of his intestine, and they weren't able to revive him from that.
But you were able to tell that they did try
Yes.
Medical intervention?
They definitely.
Which would indicate when he got to the hospital, he was alive?
Yes.
Okay. And nothing about your assessment can go to intent or type of homicide, right?
That's correct.
That's all I have.
No question.
We are at a good stopping point for the day. So I'm going to excuse you for the day. I'm going to say my speech, my record speech. We're still not ready to discuss the case, okay? So we're going to show you excuse for the day. We're going to come back in the morning, get a good night's rest, enjoy dinner, and we'll see you back tomorrow.
Jurors, be sure to leave your pads in the chair for me.
We'll come back in the morning at 9:30. I might do have to do some arraignment, so when we take a break, I have to take care of those, but we'll come back in the morning at 9:30, and then, you only have one more witness?
I only have one more witness, Judge.
One more
Yeah.
witness, and so Vince, has the proof have that ready, tomorrow morning as well.
Yes, Your Honor. We do anticipate proof. We anticipate 3 to 4 witnesses.
Okay. All right, so I will adjourn court for today. I'll see you in the morning.
All rise. Court's adjourned tomorrow morning, 9:30 for trial.
Okay, give me 2 seconds because I'm working on it, guys. Go ahead.